Good afternoon and welcome to what I believe is the 13th day of our hearings in this part of the inquiry. With apologies to those who've heard all this before, those with mobile devices in the public gallery may use them to transmit what you hear in the hearing room, but only 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that you're describing. That's to fit in with the YouTube stream, which is subject to a 10-minute delay. You may not use the devices for the purpose of recording proceedings or taking photographs. I want to say one further thing today, if I may. We are going to hear, once the evidence of Marva Lewis has been summarized, from a witness who is going to give evidence this afternoon, tomorrow, and Friday, whose evidence may be controversial. May I ask, please, that those in the public gallery show the same restraint and calmness with which they have heard all evidence up to now. Thank you. Yes.
Sir, Marva Lewis is the sister of Anthony Lewis, a deceased child whose identity Trevor Morris adopted. She has provided the inquiry with a powerful witness statement and 3 exhibits which will be published in full on the inquiry's website. And this is a brief summary of their contents. Ms. Lewis's witness statement has the endorsement of another of Anthony Lewis's surviving sisters, Judy Lewis, who is also a core participant. Her witness statement describes that her parents and another sister found it too painful to engage with the inquiry, and alongside Ms. Lewis, hope that her statement may lead to some answers and gain accountability for the wider family. Anthony was the first child of his parents, Hyacinth and Clinton Lewis, and the only boy. He is remembered as a lovely, happy child who suffered from sickle cell anemia, which makes the sufferer susceptible to infections and which causes sickle cell crises, episodes of extreme pain. Miss Lewis sets out that Anthony, in common with the family, was of black British Afro-Caribbean heritage and lived in Birmingham, where he was born. Miss Lewis recalls that Anthony was very determined throughout his life with the disease and would say that when he grew up he wanted to be a doctor. Anthony died when he was 7 years old from his illness and its associated complications on the 31st of July 1968. Miss Lewis states Anthony's death deeply affected her parents and continues to do so. For Miss Lewis herself, she works as a nurse, but finds it too distressing to look after sick children, and she wonders whether this was the result of the impact of her brother's death and illness. Tragically, the family experienced the loss of another of Miss Lewis's sister from the same disease in 1997. In June 2019, one of Miss Lewis's sisters was contacted by the inquiry, who informed her that HN78 Trevor Morris had used Anthony's name and date of birth during his deployment between 1991 and 1995. They were informed that he infiltrated the Socialist Workers' Party and the Anti-Nazi League, and had engaged in sexual activity whilst in Anthony's identity, with B and Jenny, who the inquiry heard evidence from on Monday. Ms. Lewis and her family believe that Anthony's race was identified during the selection of his identity, and the fact motivated the allocation of his name for use by a black SDS officer deployed to infiltrate anti-racist groups. Although Anthony's race was not formally recorded on his birth or death certificates, and Miss Lewis notes the family's surname is racially ambiguous, his death certificate records sickle cell anemia as a cause of death. The predominance of sickle cell anemia amongst black people of African or Caribbean heritage leads the family to believe that it was identifying. The effect of sickle cell anemia on the Lewis family makes the possibility the condition might have been a factor in the selection of Anthony's identity, quote, a horror that is difficult to put into words, end quote. Miss Lewis describes the reaction of Trevor Morris's use of Anthony's identity as, quote, confusion and distress, end quote, and she raises several specific questions about the selection of Anthony's identity. The first is whether Trevor Morris was aware of Anthony's ethnicity and whether it was a factor in selecting his identity. Secondly, whether he was aware of the cause of Anthony's death. Thirdly, whether the SDS sent copies of possible identities for officers to choose from, and whether these possible identities were in fact all of black children. And Miss Lewis also notes that Trevor Morris told B that his family had originally come from Jamaica. Her parents had both been born in Jamaica, raising the question of whether Trevor Morris carried out other research into the family's records. Miss Lewis describes how she believes her brother was dehumanized by the use of his identity, as if it was something to be played with and used. She described how the experience has left her feeling sick and with an overwhelming sense of injustice. She believes this reaction was worsened by Trevor Morris's infiltration into left-wing groups and justice campaigns, which she considered had a political goal. In particular, she believes that the police response to the SWP and Anti-Nazi League attempts to confront racism and the far right was to put a police spy in their midst to undermine them. Commenting on the Home Office authorisation of the SDS, Miss Lewis feels as if no organisation acted with integrity or thought of the impact of the practice of using deceased child's identities. She recalls her parents saying that the discovery that Anthony's identity had been used, quote, felt that all the pain relating to Anthony's death and illness were brought up again, end quote. Her parents, who had previously had faith in public bodies, including the role of the police to protect the public, had been disgusted by the use of Anthony's name in targeting left-wing anti-racist groups. They had likened it to fraud. Miss Lewis states their trust in the police had been badly damaged by the revelation, and she states that had the equivalent happened within the NHS where she works, it would be condemned as an immoral and illegal act of identity theft. Her statement also describes the consequences and potential consequences of using Anthony's identity on her and her family. The Lewis family have seen a 2019 Guardian article exhibited by Miss Lewis as Exhibit ML1, where Trevor Morris was identified only as HN78 and Anthony Lewis, which describe the Ellison Report's conclusions of reporting on the Lawrence family. Miss Lewis states that the public would have associated her brother's name with Trevor Morris's actions. Miss Lewis notes it makes her, quote, sick to read this and see my brother's name, end quote. The impact is intensified because she believes her brother would have wanted justice for the Lawrence family. Trevor Morris's use of 7-year-old Anthony Lewis's identity whilst engaging in sexual activity is something which she comments is, quote, disgusting, end quote. Likewise, the family are concerned about what might have happened had the sexual activity ended in pregnancy, when the child would have believed that Anthony Lewis was the father. Miss Lewis notes from HN78's statement that during the sexual encounters he was living in ultra-deep cover and for all intents and purposes was his alter ego, not HN78. Miss Lewis finds the suggestion that using her brother's identity would make Trevor Morris less culpable for the relationships insulting to her brother's memory. Miss Lewis suggests that checks on the authenticity of the adopted identities could have led to the family of an activist being tracked down from information included on the birth certificate. In common with many such documents, Anthony's birth certificate includes the names of family members, their professions and addresses. There was a risk to the family's safety from activists in the BNP who were opposed to HN78's group, in addition to the risk that somebody from one of his own groups would have turned up asking for Anthony. She notes that HN78 is uncertain in his witness statement about whether he lost and replaced his driving licence during his deployment, which meant that there could have been a second individual using Anthony's identity for a purpose unknown to the family. Miss Lewis notes that both B and Jenny, the women Trevor Morris had engaged in sexual activity with, have both described previous experiences of domestic violence, and quotes B's statement that Trevor Morris was aware and possibly exploited this vulnerability. Miss Lewis states that the suggestion, quote, aggravates our horror, end quote. She wants to make it known to the women that Anthony Lewis would not have grown up to do something like that. The Metropolitan Police's apology for using the identities of deceased children is described as a, quote, insult, end quote, by Miss Lewis, who questions its sincerity and states apologies are used in place of proper accountability by the police. Quoting Trevor Morris's statement that suggests no consideration was given at any stage to the risks brought upon the family of deceased children, and their use was never intended to become public knowledge, she states that these explanations are not an excuse for their conduct. Miss Lewis states that her family want truth, accountability, and justice for what happened. Miss Lewis also describes the family's feeling that Trevor Morris's infiltration of anti-racist movements and justice campaigns made the family's personal safety as black people less secure, and notes, quote, I wish to state that it is difficult to see how HN78 Trevor Morris's deployment could have done anything but undermine the fights for racial justice, equality, and the safety of black people, end quote. She cites the allegation of racism made in HN78's statement against HN86 and Trevor Morris's attendance at the Welling demonstration against the BNP's South London bookshop to conclude, quote, it is hard to get my head round the fact that in my brother's name, a black undercover police officer was spying on an anti-racist group, resulting in the protection of a racist group under the supervision of a racist officer in a unit contaminated with racism, end quote. Miss Lewis puts forward allegations that HN78 spied on the Lawrence family's campaign for justice as a further example of Trevor Morris's use of Anthony's identity being used to exacerbate the risk to black people's personal safety. She also notes the Ellison's Review's conclusion that HN78 did pick up intelligence about the Lawrence family through indirect means, and that the information he reported might well have contained personal information. She also notes the concern that records about the Lawrence campaign may have been destroyed by the Metropolitan Police. Miss Lewis feels sad and frustrated that the 2023 review of the Metropolitan Police's culture shows issues of institutional and individual abuse continue to exist and allow officers like HN78 to continue to behave like they did, and the Metropolitan Police can continue to ignore racist and misogynistic cultures fostered within them. She hopes that the inquiry will lead to change and hold the system and individuals to account. Sir, that concludes the summary of Martha Lewis's evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Sell.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Barr.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morris, could you tell us your full name, please?
Yep, Trevor Morris.
You prepared a witness statement for the inquiry dated the 21st of April 2022. Are the contents of that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge and belief.
Can I start before you joined the SDS, when you were a member of C Squad? Did you have any contact with SDS personnel? No names, please.
Do you mean people serving on the SDS at the
Yes.
time? No.
Did you use intelligence that had come from the SDS?
Most likely, yes.
Did you know at the time it had come from the SDS?
No.
Did you know it had come from undercover police officers?
I knew it was from a secret and delicate source, which meant potentially an agent.
Were you aware of the existence of the SDS?
Originally, no.
Were you aware of a unit called the Harries?
It's over 30 years ago. I don't think I was.
You are then approached by the SDS and you join.
Yeah, that was on E-Squad.
You have a meeting during the course of your induction into the SDS at which you and your wife are present together with the officers we know as HN 67 and HN 86.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Can you recall what was covered in that meeting?
Not really.
Was there any discussion of the fact that you would have to live undercover?
Absolutely, yeah.
And was there any discussion of the fact that you would have to do so pretending to be a single man?
Yeah,
And that you would be mixing with mixed company?
absolutely, yeah.
Was there any mention of any sexual issues
No,
arising from pretending to be a single man in mixed company?
I don't think that was stressed at all.
Did your wife raise any concerns with you about that?
I don't think that was even mentioned in the meeting so far as with my wife.
Did she mention concerns with you outside the meeting?
She didn't want me to actually undertake the role
Why not?
because she felt that the role was one that would take a lot of time, an inordinate amount of time, in fact. That's as it was explained to us.
Did she raise any concerns about you pretending to be a single man in mixed company?
I'm not even sure that it was breached as being a single man in mixed company. It wasn't. Basically, we're talking about going into a revolutionary socialist organisation. That was it.
So did you persuade your wife that you should take the role?
Yes.
Can I move to your preparation for deployment?
Mm-hmm.
Did you understand that you were bound by the code of discipline whilst acting as an undercover police officer?
I don't think that was ever broached.
If it wasn't specifically broached with you, the normal position for a police officer is that you are subject to the code of discipline, aren't you?
I say yes, however, I was engaged in a special branch intelligence-only operation. And throughout my special branch career up to then, which had been about 4 or 5 years, there were aspects which you would say that things could have been done in, no, not done in different ways, that you would report things and no action was taken.
Can I stick to undercover policing? Did you address your mind to whether or not you would be subject to the code of conduct whilst you were acting undercover?
I'm struggling to find what you mean by the code of conduct.
Well, we can go in the file to file B23, sir, 730593. This is a document entitled Code of Conduct for Special Branch Officers. It, in fact, originates from 1993, and so this postdates your beginnings with the SDS.
Yeah.
But at paragraph 1, it states, a police officer employed in an undercover role by special branch remains bound by all the laws, rules, regulations governing the conduct of police officers in general. A police officer employed in an undercover role by special branch remains bound by the discipline code and statement of common purpose and values. Whilst no general exemption is granted to officers, it is recognised that behaviour in role will of necessity reflect the requirements of an operation. Even then, conduct must be consistent with the spirit of the regulations and the fundamental aims of the service.
I hadn't seen that before. And yes, the spirit, I'm guessing, of the service in terms of policing, absolutely. And I'm guessing that the spirit is the thing that one worked to.
Yeah, well, my question was, my two questions were, first of all, did anybody raise this with you?
No, not at all.
And secondly, did you address your mind to it?
Not overtly, really, no.
Now, again, in that same period, do you recall any written material, whether in a binder or in plastic wallets or however informal it might have been? Do you recall any written guidance left by your predecessor officers to assist you to do your job?
My recollection is, frankly, quite hazy. When I left the SDS and went back to other special branch duties, rightly or wrongly, I was sent to see a psychiatrist. And rightly or wrongly, I said that all I'm going to do is forget everything to do with that. She had said to me, you may have this, I can't remember what her name was. She had said to me that you're damaged and I don't want to open you up. What she meant, I don't know by that. And if you can deal with it by just forgetting it, forget it. So I'm just going to say out ahead of time that my recollections on quite a few things are hazy, especially on times, dates, etc., etc. I do not recollect seeing this binder. It may have been there. I'm not going to argue that it wasn't, but I don't recollect it.
Is it Dr. Gibbling you were talking
Ah, yes, that's it, Gibbling.
And on the question of your memory, you have set out right at the very start of your witness statement that you feel that you do have some difficulties with your
Correct.
memory. It is a very long time ago, but could you help me with this? Are we talking about the general problems that anybody would have recalling events 30 years ago, or do your problems with recalling things go beyond that?
Beyond that.
Why?
I don't know. And I've been to the doctor's why, and I put in a claim with the Metropolitan Police at one stage, and they said that the timings were out of time, as they called it. You may have seen that somewhere. I'm affected by it. It's that simple.
And again, it may help to clear this up right at the outset of your evidence. How does that affect you? Does it affect you in specific ways?
Well, I'm very poor with names. And concepts of timing sometime, which I explained to my defence team, are sometimes problematic.
Can we go now to the time when you were spending, or you were visiting the safe house before you deployed, and you had contact with UCOs who were already deployed?
Yeah.
You had an opportunity to talk to them, didn't you,
Yeah.
about how to do the job? Can you recall how much exposure you got to them?
Again, in my recollection, not much. I had more time speaking to individuals who were in the SWP example than with others, I would say.
Did you feel you got enough time with the undercover officers to know what you were doing when you were deployed, or did you feel underprepared?
I can only say underprepared, not because of the role of the organisation underpreparing you, but because you can't prepare for the task.
Did you talk to the undercover officers about various aspects of fieldcraft?
Yeah, that would have come up. I can't remember, but it would have, no doubt would have come up, yes.
They would have given you advice about building your legend and things like that?
One thing stands out to me. I can't remember who the individual was. I think it was a he, could have been a she, said, you know, it might have been a she actually, you'll need to know, you know, your local pub, etc., etc. And I said, well, I don't really drink, so that's not something that I would really do. So I don't think I will be doing that. And that's how individualistic the role is.
Did you talk to any of them about living in a mixed environment as a single man?
It probably came up that it didn't come up in that way as a mixed environment. It just came up as, you know, speaking of SWP, the comrades there are all, you know, men, women, whatever. I don't think we even came to that mind of a mixed environment.
Did the question of sexual advances come up?
No, that came later.
Was there any talk about any form of sexual activity undercover at all?
No, not that I recollect.
Did anybody tell you about the case of Richard Clark?
No.
At that stage...
Sorry, to be precise, just coming to me. I heard that Rick Clark, whom I didn't actually know, rephrase, I knew of him, but I didn't know him, because he was I think he was an inspector, a DI. I heard that he had been shown his death certificate. I don't know why, don't know what the consequence was, and that he'd escaped. And yeah, and that there was a unit within the SWP that made sure that people were whom they said they were.
Did anybody give you to understand there had been difficulties in the past because undercover police officers had become involved with members of the opposite sex sexually? You then have to build your undercover identity. You tell us that you already had a DJ name, Bobby McGee, and you wanted to use that name.
Correct.
But you were told that you had to use a deceased child's identity instead. Is that correct?
Yeah, not in those words. You had. I think the way it came to me is that wouldn't be sufficient because there's many people in the civil service and they can check who you are. So you need to build a. I think they probably said something like you need to use the Jackal system, which obviously I was familiar with as a special branch officer, because that was used by practically every intelligence officer or many other individuals who wanted a new identity. It was a well-known system.
You may need to look at the cipher list to make sure that if the officer has a cipher, it is used rather than the name. Can you recall who it was who instructed you that you would need to use the Jackal method?
believe it was either HN67 or HN86.
Was the fact that you were already comfortable with the name Bobby McGee the only reason that you wanted to use that name rather than a deceased child's identity, or were there other reasons?
I never used Bobby McGee, I just used Bobby. I guess it was, I was happy either with that name, no problem with it, so I was happy to go along with it.
Did you have any qualms about using a deceased child's identity at that time?
At that time, that was a regular practice in all services.
That doesn't quite... I'm assuming you mean no, you didn't, but can I just be clear? Did you or didn't you have qualms?
To be clear, that was the way it was done within the services that carried out the type of work in the national security field.
Did you...
And I just followed the system.
We've heard evidence that officers would often go through the registers to find an appropriate child who fitted the parameters of the system. Did you do that?
I'm assuming I did. I don't really recall it, but I'm assuming I did.
Could we have up, please, 37081? This is the birth certificate for Anthony Fitzgerald Lewis. And this is the birth certificate of the child whose name you adopted. Is that right?
I'm guessing it is correct.
Anthony was born in Lordswood, Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
Your cover identity did not involve having been born in Birmingham, did it?
Absolutely not. I mean, I didn't need this. That was my perspective. But then, obviously, and again, I don't want to be over precise because I cannot fully remember, and I'm maybe pushing back. I was happy with what I had. I didn't want to be born in the United Kingdom at all. I was happy to be born elsewhere. I think they said they'd make some type of investigation to see if that was possible. And then I never heard anything more about it and was told to look at a different system. Recently I heard that they obviously went to the security service to ask if they could speak to the Germans. I don't know why they did that, because we had a very good liaison with the Germans, so we could have done it. Special branch, that is.
I think we can, if we just stick to this document.
For this
please.
document, I'm guessing that is the document, and I don't think I used anything from that other than the name.
Did you use the date of birth?
Let me have a look at the date of birth. Yeah, the date of birth. Date of birth and the name. That's what I would have used.
When you were deployed, did you say to people that you had a connection with Oldham?
Yes, I think it was Oldham, yeah.
Did you use the full name, Anthony Fitzgerald Lewis, at least for formal purposes?
I can't say it. I know I use Anthony Lewis. That's what I would have used for formal. But I'm not sure if I use the middle. However, and this might go into the red area, so.
Well, yeah, please don't. Can I put it this way? And just please answer this question precisely, Was the name Anthony Fitzgerald Lewis on your cover driving licence?
I believe so.
Could we take the document down now, please, and could we have 37082 up, please? This is Anthony's death certificate. We can see in the middle box, the left-hand column, that Anthony sadly passed away on the 31st of July 1968 at the Children's Hospital, Edgbaston. That would have made him 7 years old when he died. Was a child who had died at the age of 7 regarded as old enough to make...
That was not ideal.
Can I just finish the question? Old enough to make detection difficult because you would have to look at a lot of death certificates.
That wouldn't have been ideal.
Would it also have been an age where he was unlikely to have left much of a footprint in his real life in terms of things like a passport?
Passport, etc., was no problem for the organisation. And we go into the red area.
Well, yeah, can I... What I would,
so
what
that
I would,
wouldn't have
what
been
I,
a problem.
What I'm interested in, perhaps I can come at it another way, were you given any guidance as to the sort of age bracket you should be looking at?
Right. That's a better question. I cannot recall being given any guidance, but I don't think that would have been ideal because it's quite young. And from my other special branch work on C Squad, on E Squad, on P Squad, if you were looking at individuals, take into account the records weren't computerised, if you were looking at individuals, that would have been very young, so much easier to detect.
To detect somebody, you literally have to go through the register of deaths.
Yeah, both sides. Yeah.
Can we now look at the cause of death, please, which is near the middle? Thank you. Cerebral infarction, intravascular, I'm struggling to read what it says next, sickle cell anemia, ulcerative colitis, colectomy, certified by, and then we have the certifier's name. I understand from your witness statement you'd been given some advice to avoid a child who might have died in a memorable incident. Is that right? This is a cause of death that would meet that test, isn't it? Also, it's right, isn't it, that sickle cell anemia means that Anthony was almost certainly black.
Some Mediterranean people as well, but yeah.
Did you alight upon Anthony because he had died of sickle cell anemia?
No, not at all.
Wouldn't it have been important to you as a black man to adopt the identity of a black child?
As I said, I didn't require that. I wanted the identity that I had, that I was comfortable with, that I was easy to control, and frankly, I did not want to be born in the United Kingdom.
You had no choice
Yeah,
because of
that
the
was-
instructions you were given.
Yeah, that was pushed upon me.
And so is it right that you chose Anthony as an identity which would be difficult to undermine and had the advantage that, like you, he was black?
I suggest that there could have been several other possibly better individuals that I could have looked at. I'm struggling to see how I came across that name.
It would be a considerable coincidence, wouldn't it, in 1991 for a black man by chance to pick the birth certificate of a black child, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily, but I understand where you're going from, but not necessarily.
Are you saying that you did not choose Anthony for this reason, or are you saying you can't remember?
I can't remember. That's basically what I'm saying.
Very important that you answer this question just with a yes or a no. Were you given any details of memorable incidents having been chosen by any other undercover police officers? I mean, the way in which the child had died.
All right. Oh, okay. No. Not that I can remember, no.
And if I've understood your witness statement correctly, at the time that you chose Anthony's identity, you gave no thought to Anthony's family at that stage.
Correct. Once that was given to me as an identity, for whatever reason, I rephrase, this was, again, an operation that was supposedly never to see the light of day. It was a top secret operation, government classification thereof. And I say all your documents are all crossed out, redacted as top secret. And so therefore, it was never a thought that anybody would understand or hear what identity was utilised.
Would you accept that a belief that nobody will ever find out does not justify doing something if it is wrong?
This is the point I'm making. In the system we utilised, it wasn't perceived as wrong. And every other agency utilised that same system.
Would I also be right to suppose that no plans were made to contact the family in the event that your identity as Anthony Lewis was compromised?
That would have been the office. I don't know about what the office would have done. I doubt it, but that would be the office.
You've heard my learned friend summarise Marva Lewis's witness statement, and you will have heard the concern that the family have that the far right might have sought to trace them based on the identity that you were using. Mm. Do you agree that that was a risk?
As I use that name very infrequently, I would have thought they would have gone for Bobby.
You had a driving licence in Anthony's name, which you lost, didn't you?
Right, another document, yeah, absolutely.
Did that driving licence have your then cover address on it?
I don't know.
If your cover driving licence had fallen into the possession of the far right at a demonstration, the risk that Anthony's family are concerned about might have eventuated, mightn't it?
I doubt it, but as I say, I doubt it. I don't think that's possible. Anything's possible, I suppose.
Did you travel to Birmingham to do any research into the area where Anthony grew up?
No.
Did you go...
Again, I've got to keep still. As far as I recollect, no.
Did you travel to Oldham?
Yes.
And what did you do in Oldham?
I think I looked for a place of birth, I think, or a place where I would have lived or something like that. Yeah. And the other factor is I do not recollect that my heritage was meant to be Jamaican. Don't recollect that at all. That was not my perspective of my heritage. So I looked for a place that would be where I could have stayed. I think I said that I had been adopted or something like that.
Why did you do that and not go to Birmingham when anyone looking up your birth certificate in Anthony's name would see that Anthony was born in Birmingham?
I guess it's because I didn't want the identity in the first place.
Did you conduct any research at all about Anthony's family?
No.
Did you cause any checks to be made on Anthony's family by anybody else?
Not as far as I know. I can't say that the office didn't do it, but not as far as I know.
You can, police officers can have next of kin checks conducted and things like that. Was anything like that done?
As I said, as far as I was concerned, I don't believe that was the case.
There's some evidence we've heard that sometimes local special branches were enlisted to run checks on the deceased children's family. Do you have any recollection of that happening?
Again, my identity was a strange one. As I said, I didn't want to be born in the United Kingdom. I was happy to be overseas UK birth somewhere else. And my driving licence, etc., I wanted to be in Germany. So I didn't find any need to do that.
But the identity that you in fact adopted
was given, or
was
whatever,
Anthony.
yeah. Well, I can't remember how that came about. This is what I'm saying. I can't remember how it actually came about.
Was your cover tested before you deployed?
No.
Was it, did you run through with your managers the cover you'd adopted and were tested to make sure that it hung together?
I don't remember it like that. It may well have been. I remember saying that I wouldn't be using that anyway. This is what I'd be using. And I'd only use it officially. And can you get that from the various places you need to get it?
In practice, you've said that you use the name Bobby.
Bobby, correct.
Did you ever use Bobby McGee?
Not really.
Did you use...
I mean, now and then. Now and then. But I use Bobby Lewis now and then, which is what you're going to say, yeah.
Did you say that Bobby had a Jamaican heritage?
I do not believe I did.
We heard evidence earlier this week from the woman we're calling B.
Correct.
She said that you did.
And I doubted that.
Might she be right?
I think she's wrong. I think I used another Caribbean island.
Which island do you think you used?
In the Windward Islands.
Did you know what Anthony's heritage was?
No.
At the end of your deployment, did you hand in your cover documents with Anthony's identity?
Yes.
Did you do that because you were required to, or did you just do so?
It was expected.
Can we move now to your cover accommodation?
Yes.
Before we do that, may I just clarify something arising out of the topic you've just been asking questions about?
Of course, sir.
Did you yourself go to St Catherine's house to look into the records of the deceased child whose identity you adopted?
I'm not certain, Chair. That's the point. I am not certain what I did at that particular time. It would seem that I should have done that, but I'm not certain that I did, because I had my mind set on what I wanted and couldn't achieve. I was told subsequently I couldn't achieve it. So maybe I did reluctantly go to St Catherine's house. But I'm not going to say it 100% because I cannot recall that.
Do you have any positive recollection of any other member of the SDS finding a birth certificate for you?
No, I don't.
So the position is simply that it is possible that
It is
you
possible.
yourself visited St Catherine's
It's
house.
possible.
You can't say you didn't, but you have no positive recollection of doing
Correct.
so. Thank you.
Cover accommodation, Mr. Morris. You describe living more or less full-time at your cover address. That's more than a lot of the witnesses we've been hearing from say that they did. Not all, most. Could you help us with why you did that?
I think it depends on the organisation that you're in. It depends how you are as an individual in terms of how much work you're willing to put into your task. And it also, for my case, is the fact that I'm readily identifiable by the comrades. So I always had a fear that the comrades would come along and I wasn't there and I had no reason, excuse not to be there. And the other factor is that one soon learns when you're in the field, and this is why I said earlier on it's individualistic, that your safest place is actually to say where you are. And that is, this is your home and that's where you live. That's where you're safe.
What impact did that have on your home life?
Massive. Basically, I wouldn't laugh at home because I had a distinctive laugh. I wouldn't walk the streets with my children. I wouldn't go to my children's schools. I never went to any of the, festivities, be it Christmas, be it New Year, be it Easter, be it Sports Day, be it whatever. I never went. Now, you say about others, in some organisations...
I would like you to be very careful about...
No, I'm going to say it. In some organisations, they're not big, so you can move from one part of London to another part of London or wherever, and you're never going to bump into anybody. But the SWP is a large organisation. I'm readily identifiable, and therefore I had absolute fear that, I'd go to the doctors, and the doctor or the nurse might be involved. I just couldn't take the chance. So what happened is I went less and less frequently, and obviously my mind anyway was orientated to the party.
Did you, for example, register with a GP?
No, I never registered with a GP.
Were your managers aware how much of the time you were spending in your cover address?
Absolutely, because I actually wrote a report saying I'm spending way above the time that we are paid for, and therefore, why are we being paid the way we are? Because I'm putting a hell of a lot of time in, I'm not being paid for it.
Did your managers express any concern?
No.
Did they do anything about
No.
the effect it was having on your family life?
No.
Did they contact your wife?
No.
Did your wife contact them?
No.
Did the fact you were infiltrating a very large organisation in relative terms and living most of the time in your cover identity, did that contribute to your sense of losing touch with your real life?
Totally and utterly. There is no danger in me going into Tesco and signing my name as, Bobby Lewis, whatever. There is a big danger in me signing it the other way around. So therefore, basically, I live that life as my real life, and my proper life was relegated.
Going to move, we'll come back to your well-being much later in the questioning, but I want to move now to targeting, please. I want to show you a document. It's at tab B42, sir. It's 747156. Now, if we go to page 4, please. This is a minute dated the 14th of December 1990, which on our understanding is before you had actually joined the SDS. And it's from Detective Chief Superintendent Waite to Commander Ops. With DCI Gray and DI 86, we discussed the proposal that DC Morris should join the SDS. It was agreed that he seemed to be a good candidate and there were no serious reservations about him joining the squad. It is intended that he will work in the Hackney area, targeted principally upon the SWP. Were you told by your managers that that was the plan for you?
Yes. I was approached by a different manager. When I was on E-Squad, I think I can mention his name, Bob Lambert. That's open. Who I had infiltrated a different organisation from the desk. I was a desk officer. And I had provided a lot of intelligence on that other organisation. And Bob Lambert came to me and said, we want you to stop doing that because we want to put you into another part of the branch. And that's when it was explained to me about what you call the Harries. So we want to put you into another part of the branch, and you've been on C Squad, we'll look at left-wing organisations. So that's how I originally got the feel.
What is your recollection of when you were first told that you would be targeted principally upon the SWP?
Again, I don't really have a great recollection, but I think it would have been okay. And I think one of the reasons would have been, because I'd done some work around that, that I saw them as basically a subversive organisation.
At the moment, I'm just interested in when you were told that that's what they had in mind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd done some work on them on C Squad, and so I would just thought, okay.
Do you have a positive recollection of being told that you were going to be targeted towards the SWP? No. Could we go now to the document which is at your tab B7, sir, 3707. This is a security service note for file. It's recording a visit to the SDS made by security service staff on the 10th of July 1991, which on our understanding is shortly before you actually deployed. It says under paragraph 3A, other matters of interest, a new SDS agent. HN86 gave me details of a new black agent whom they will initially float in the general extreme left-wing community in the Hackney, Stoke Newington area before probably focusing him on SWP. By this stage, did you know that you were probably going to be asked to focus on the SWP?
Yeah, I'm guessing as the biggest organisation, it would make sense, yeah.
The fact that you are black is mentioned on that report. Did anybody in any discussion with you about who you should target refer to your race?
No, but I could see that it was advantageous.
Do you recall the geographical targeting, being told to start in the Hackney and Stoke Newington area?
I can't recollect whether that was, or this, my recollection is because I know it subsequently or because I knew it at the time. But I possibly knew it at the time because I had done some work on the left in C Squad, and it was well known that that was a hive of activity of the SWP.
The early 90s were a time of increasing racial tension, and in particular a resurgence of the British National Party. Did anybody refer to that when discussing choice of target with you?
To my mind, as an SB officer, it would have been something that I would have automatically thought of.
Can you recall whether or not anybody ever spoke to you about that?
It may have been the case. From the work I'd done on the rest of the branch, I knew it was very clear that all organisations, except for the black ones, of course, who were black, always wanted somebody black in the organisation. On the left, of course, I'm not talking about the right.
And if we go, take that document down, go to the next tab, sir, 26328, we see that very sentiment recorded in writing by the security service. It's document dated the 15th of July 1991. It says, on the 10th of July, head SDS gave me the following particulars of their new agent just being launched into the field. And then it gives Anthony Fitzgerald Lewis, born 13th of May 1961. And is that your first cover address? Room D, 5 Walsingham Road, Clapton.
I think it is.
And then it says their intention is initially to float him in the general extreme left-wing community in the Hackney, Stoke Newington area before probably focusing him on SWP. He is a black man and likely to be snapped up by SWP.
Very true.
Was it your understanding that you were to float a little bit around Hackney and Stoke Newington before settling in
Absolutely.
with the SWP? If we could go now to tab B9, 726965. This is a targeting strategy for your deployment, which is signed by HN 86. It, amongst other things, is quite detailed.
Mm-hmm.
Were you shown it?
No. I'm just going to read it now. All right, so it's gone to security service, and could you just put it down again?
This is not from the security service. This
No,
is...
it's gone to them. I'm just looking at the top. Right, yeah, okay.
This is from
Right. Yeah.
DCI 86.
Yeah. Yeah.
It does refer to your previous experience. It says at the bottom of the first paragraph, previous experience of covering ethnic groups has demonstrated that unless there is a major issue which is likely to stir the feelings of the black community at large for a considerable length of time, coverage of the individuals involved by a dedicated field officer is not sufficiently productive. Well, actually, I think that may be referring to the experience of the branch. But that's correct, is it?
Yeah, I would say so.
Then it goes on to say the fringe community in Hackney and Stoke Newington regularly becomes involved in issues which have an effect on the maintenance of public order, particularly involving squatting, anti-poll tax and anti-police matters. Whilst most of the latter are now past issues, DS Morris will, for the immediate future, be employed in monitoring the activities of local groups, for example, the Hackney Community Defence Association and the Hackney Solidarity Group. It is not envisaged, however, that he will commit himself to membership of any such organisation, but rather move from one to the other in order to assess their level of activity and potential involvement in future issues. Was that targeting strategy communicated to you?
Yes, I don't remember the groups necessarily, because I think there was other groups. It was just that to bounce around groups so you have a background, and then in the end, people will think that you've been around forever.
Okay, well, we'll be moving to some of your early reporting in due course. For the meantime, could we go to the next paragraph? The Socialist Workers' Party is well represented in the area with 2 branches in the London Borough of Hackney. It is likely that DS Morris will encounter SWP members very early on in his SDS career. However, although this group is likely to become his long-term target, he is to avoid deliberate contact until his assessment of local issues and groups is completed, and he has established a more credible background. The SWP has as much difficulty in recruiting members from the ethnic minorities as other political groups, and it is believed because of this factor and DS Morris's lively personality, he would be quickly assimilated into the party with the danger of progressing too rapidly. Such progress could prove unsustainable to the inexperienced field officer. Therefore, he has been made aware that great care must be taken in his preparation for any ultimate approach. DS Morris's progress will be subject to the usual daily monitoring, and a further review of his deployment will be made after 6 months. First of all, to pick up on that last point, to your knowledge, was your deployment the subject of a further review after 6 months?
I can't remember the timings. It may have been quicker than that. It may have been quicker than that when I was told, yeah, we'll just push you straight towards SWP. It may not have been. I haven't seen this document before, obviously.
Yeah, I'm simply, perhaps we can put it this way. Can you recall your deployment being reviewed?
In such a strict fashion, no.
In terms of the danger of progressing too rapidly within the SWP, was that discussed with you?
It would be later on, yes.
Can you recall in what terms you were instructed in relation to progressing within the SWP?
I can't remember the timings, how quickly it was, but once I did join the SWP, I was pretty quickly a member of the branch committee. And they wished to push me further, and I think I suggested that this would not be positive. And I think that fit, now I see it, it obviously fit with what they were thinking as well.
When you say they...
The office.
Yeah, thank you. And did you understand that your targeting did involve assessing local issues and groups?
I think how it's put there is I looked and reported on groups that had issues and some issues that needed dealing with. I pushed it on so they'd hopefully be dealt with. I think one in my recollection is something about police corruption, which I wrote about and moved forward. Again, the language utilised in a report isn't exactly the same language utilised when you're speaking to somebody about the issue. So I've never seen this before, but I think the elements of it are probably about right.
Yeah, I mean, if I put it in a more informal way, were you told to go into Hackney and Stoke Newington and see what was going on?
Yes, but I also wished to do that myself because I knew I needed to have longevity, as it would be perceived.
And did your special branch background mean that you would know what special branch would be interested in?
Absolutely. That goes for all of us. We're all special branch officers. It's just another section of special branch that we were working in. And I knew what would be of interest to the branch, and obviously the security service, and in fact international partners. And so therefore I would report on what would be of interest to us, security service and international partners, international security services.
Could we take that document down, please, and go to tab B11, 26329. This is a security service document. It's from F2. It's a note for file. It's about you. If you see HN78, top left. It says DI HN67 rang on the 29th of October to tell us that HN78 had been approached by both Clapton branch and Hackney South branch of SWP. Which, given the choice, did we recommend that he should join? After consulting F2, I replied Hackney South. HN67 said he would go for Hackney South. Is it right that you initially did join the Hackney South branch?
See, I thought I joined Dalston branch.
There's some evidence that you joined, that you were in the Dalston branch later on. Might it have been that you joined Hackney South?
It may well have
went
been. Again,
to Dalston?
It may well have been, yes.
Can you recall being asked to go for the Hackney South branch rather than any other?
You mean by the office?
Yes.
Yeah. I wouldn't have questioned it. Let's put it that way. I don't recall the actual incident, but I wouldn't have questioned it. If they said Hackney South was it, then Hackney South.
So would now be an appropriate time to give the stenographer a break?
Certainly. Are we breaking for 10 or 15 minutes? 10 minutes. We'll break for 10 minutes.
Mr. Morris, subversion and the SWP. You've already told us that your understanding was that the SWP was a subversive organisation. Just want to explore with you how you got that understanding. Am I right that you were given some training on subversion when you first joined Special Branch?
Yeah. Insofar as part of the Special Branch training is to explain what certain aspects are and definitions, etc., etc. So definition of terrorism, definitions of subversion, espionage, counter-espionage, etc. I went on the espionage course.
I'm interested in subversion. What was, as best you can recall, what was the definition that you were working to for a subversive group?
It's the to overthrow or undermine parliamentary democracy by, I think they said by industrial, political, or violent means.
In terms of whose job it was to decide whether a group was subversive based on the information available, is it right that it is for the security service to be the subject matter expert and to deem a group subversive, or have I got that wrong?
The fact that the security service grew out of Special Branch, I know 100 years ago, 1909, and the Special Branch was the first organisation that dealt with such issues, I'd say it was a joint thing.
Between?
The security service and the Metropolitan Police Special Branch, to be precise, not any other. And obviously the Home Office.
Would it be fair to say that these sorts of decisions were above your pay grade?
Absolutely.
And that we would be best going to them
Absolutely.
for the decisive answer?
I mean, the things are written down in Dora, the Defence of the Realm Act, etc., etc. So you can see that.
You've caused some excitement in your witness statement by asserting that the Home Office designated the SWP as a subversive organisation. Would you be prepared to defer to more senior members of the police service and the security service for the workings of that sort of decision?
I studied criminology, as you may or may not know, and part of it was this, and there's a tripartite system, and under the tripartite system, this Home Office has a role to play in that decision.
Thank you. It certainly has a role to play in countering subversion. We've seen many a document in that. I'll move on now. Tasking, as opposed to targeting, the tasks within your deployment. I want to explore the relative roles of your managers, the security service, and your own initiative. So can I start with your managers first of all? You say in your witness statement that managerial tasking was done openly and generally. I got the impression from your statement that it was done at the meetings at the Safe House. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Could you give us some assistance with how specific the tasking that you was given?
Not very specific at all.
Were you asked to pay attention to specific events?
It was ad hoc. And again, please don't take me on time frames. But it was ad hoc, and depended upon what was happening, it could be, so let's take Welling, we need to know about that. If it's otherwise, it's, you know, what you can see, what you think as an SP officer is of interest, etc., etc.
For example, would it have been clear to you that your managers were interested in the march at Welling on the 16th of October?
Absolutely.
1993, and were you asked to keep an eye out on that?
could work the other way around, that we were giving them that information first, and then they said, we need more on this.
I see. Were you asked to report on specific people?
As a general rule, you mean?
At all?
Right.
Can you recall being asked?
As a general rule, right. In the SWP, that probably would relate to individuals that you, as the officer, thought were of interest, and by far that's not the vast majority, and who were strategists, leading strategists, for example, or who were leaders of the organisation in some way, shape or means. That doesn't mean necessarily in the central committee, that can be at branch level. And then the other aspect was those who may well be violent or whatever. That would also have been of interest. So it's you figuring out what was of interest.
And were you ever given a steer? We'd like more about X, less about Y?
Never given less about Y, but sometimes we'd like to know more about a particular individual.
Specific groups?
You mean outside the SWP?
Yeah.
Any SWP umbrella organisation. So that goes for the NL, Swiss, Stop the War, all those organisations which are basically a Socialist Workers' Party, but have got a different name.
And were you ever given bespoke tasks to get very specific pieces of intelligence?
I don't think so. Let me think. Okay. Marxism might have been one of the areas where it was interesting, excuse me, where it was interesting to get lists of leading members of the party. Probably somewhere around there. Fiscal aspects of the party, if possible. Anything that you do as an SP officer on a fully comprehensive report, basically.
Can we now move to the security service? And could we go, sir, to tab C120, which is in the second file of documents, 33501, please. So this is an attachment to police source report. Dates the report to the 25th of January 1993. It says it's got your nominal there, reply to F2. Could we go to the next page, please? This is a consumer comment slip. I'm afraid we've had to extensively gist and redact it from the security service, but it reads, handwritten notes of security service officer regarding the attached SDS report on the SWP, checkbox indicating information provided as extremely valuable. In the papers, there are a number of reports with this type of comment slip attached. Did you ever get to see these slips?
No.
Did their contents ever get communicated to you?
Content, probably not. It might well have been said more in the era of Bob Lambert that, you know, good work's been done, etc., etc.
Yeah. So if you submit a report which is deemed extremely valuable, were you given praise?
As I said, more in the Lambert era, not necessarily before.
If we carry on with this report and go to the next page, please. It's a report, if we have paragraphs 2 to 4, please. A report on the state and strategy of the Socialist Workers' Party as it enters 1993. and it goes on to set out in various ways. Would that be your analysis of the state and strategy of the SWP?
I don't know if it's solely me. But obviously my intelligence would add to it. But I would say that's potentially an amalgam. Can you skim it back down again? Okay, so that's secret and reliable source. Some of that potentially is me. So, example, realism. Because it changed, the SWP changed when I joined it from being much more theoretical to somewhat less theoretical.
One gets the impressions from the documents that what you are adding by being inside the SWP is the ability to write reports such as this, which the security service find extremely valuable.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Correct.
Could we go over the page, please, to paragraph 6, and in particular, that says the SWP strategy for building the party is divided into 7 elements as follows, and it's little f that I'm interested in. That says a new branch meeting procedure is to be adopted. This entails the speaker talking for no longer than 20 minutes, then opening questions up to the floor for brief 2-minute contributions or questions. In both cases, the emphasis must be on allowing new members to speak. The chairperson must be strong enough to prevent established comrades from hijacking the proceedings and making long drawn-out analysis, even to the extent of the chair declining to call certain comrades. After this section, the speaker should sum up for about 5 minutes. The second half of the meeting should be a short, sharp discussion on a topical item in the news that week or on a forthcoming local party activity. Can you recall the SWP moving to this kind of meeting?
I just preempted myself before. Absolutely. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Less theoretical.
And in your deployment, did you sometimes chair meetings?
I was a branch member, so I was in the branch committee, so I guess that would be expected for me to do that now and then, but I'm thinking, because I'm mixing up now, excuse me, I'm mixing up the Anti-Nazi League, and where I did a lot of speaking, as opposed to SWP. Quite possibly.
And as a police officer acting undercover, having to make the sorts of decisions required of a branch chair, how did you go about that?
I didn't consider myself as a police officer undercover. I considered myself as a comrade.
And so did you follow the party line?
I was the comrade and, frankly, indoctrinated to the process.
And did that involve declining to call certain comrades?
I wouldn't have wanted to make enemies of comrades, any of them, and it wouldn't be a task that I would have done that often. In fact, it would have been a task that I would have sought not to do, but on occasions I would have had to do. So that's why I was hesitant before. I would have just played it as per Central Committee regulations.
Could we have page 5, please, and paragraph 7? And this is a comment section. The whole of the party structure is to concentrate on the recruitment and retention of new members. The leadership sees as a priority the recruitment of black and working class persons. This policy may not be welcomed by the long-term middle-class comrades who make up the bulk of the party. These latter pride themselves on their knowledge of Marxist revolutionary theory and see the new drive for numbers at any cost as devaluing the club. This is especially true when a rather new enthusiastic recruit obtains a position of influence in line with the new party guidelines in preference to them. The Central Committee will have to be careful not to antagonise these older members too much in case the newer ones should choose to leave the ship if and when the present crisis abates. So would it be fair to say we have, on the one hand, the sort of analysis that the Security Service are craving, and on the other, you are being put into quite a tricky position, aren't you, having to be careful not to antagonise older members?
Correct.
Could we take that down now, please? And could we look at a different way in which you, your material was being provided to the Security Service? C175, sir, 33491. This is a report on the 1993 SWP annual conference. Can we start with, we'll come back to the consumer comments, but could we start with page 2, please? So you'll see there that your nominal it appears twice at the top of the page. Report is dated the 12th of November, and from paragraph 1 we see that it concerns the 1993 annual conference. I'm not going to go into all the detail of that conference now. Can I go straight, please, to page 7 and to paragraphs 18 and following? There's a body of a report, and then here towards the end, there's a section under the heading, sorry, I need the heading immediately above, please. Thank you. Answers to questions raised by box 500 and not dealt with above. And then each of the following paragraphs, 18, 19, and 20, sets out a question and then an answer. Mm-hmm. Is it right for us to infer from this that when you wrote this report, you must have known what it was that the Security Service was interested in?
I knew of it as a special branch officer, but it's not necessarily the case that the questions were provided. I would produce a report or reports. I would pass them to the back office at the bi-weekly meetings, and the back office then would put them together in terms of what customers wished. And presumably they would read through the report and they could see, that's what they're looking for, yep, and then do that. On very rare occasions, I recollect, I'm thinking, I recollect, it's not a subsequent recollection, I think I recollect that specific questions may have been put from the Security Service for something that I hadn't covered in the report, potentially at the next meeting.
But is it right to say one way or another, the Security Services, the customers' wishes were communicated
Correct.
to you and you did your best to meet them?
Correct.
Could we go back to page 1 and to the comments, please? Thank you very much for a full and useful report of the SWP conference. There seems to be a contradiction between the party wishing members to join the SWP regardless of socialist ideas in a growth for growth's sake. Yet also demanding hardline financial commitment. I hadn't realised only half had re-registered. Your comments on ANL are also fascinating, and the divide and rule philosophy is keeping it truly in the hands of the SWP. Is there any evidence of attempted hijack by other groups? So is a question like that, is anybody else trying to hijack the ANL from the SWP? Is that the sort of thing that would be fed down to you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Having been through your relationship with your managers, having looked at some documents involving the security service, you also say in your witness statement that you were more or less left to get on with it. Can we just explore that a little bit? In what sense were you allowed just to get on with it?
Whatever I saw, understood, assessed, and analysis is always difficult, that I thought maybe of interest, I would pass. And also, if I could get to organisations which were of interest within the orbit of the SWP, and what I mean by that is they were not umbrella organisations of the SWP, but had connections with the SWP. I don't know if I'm going red here or...
Well, I'm sort of interested in, were you left to your own devices as to how you obtained the information?
Yes.
And in terms of what to look for, there's obviously some guidance from the security service, some guidance from your managers, and you've got your pre-existing training.
Correct.
Is there anything else influencing your decisions as to what to report?
Me, for my, if I could see, for example, if I was invited to DevSol, example, can I speak there?
I don't need that example.
Okay.
I just would like...
Any group that I know would be of interest to the security service, to Special Branch, to other police security services elsewhere, that's what I would look for.
Were you given any feedback about what was done with your reporting?
Passed as per normal Special Branch reports to security service, other sections of Special Branch, European liaison section to European police security services, etc.
I'm assuming that from your prior service you knew how the system of disseminating intelligence worked. I think this question was directed more at, were you told what was being done with any given report?
No.
You just knew because you knew the system?
I know the system, correct.
Can we start now looking at some of your reporting? You've been shown a lot of material for the purposes of your witness statement. Can I ask you to clarify? You said you thought a reasonable amount of your reporting has been recovered. How much do you think is missing?
Difficult to assess. I couldn't put a figure on it. There are some things that, international-wise example, that did go in that I didn't see or...
That may be because it's beyond our terms of reference.
Right, okay, so that's one thing. There's internal political, governmental political things that I haven't seen that I reported on.
Internal to?
The United Kingdom.
Right.
And I don't know, again...
I won't ask you to go into any details now. What I was really wanting to understand was whether you thought there was a great deal missing, just a little bit missing.
It's difficult to assess. If that's everything you've shown me, if that's everything, then there's quite a bit more.
Right. Could we now look at the early months of your deployment. The first two reports that we've recovered both relate to the Hackney Solidarity Group. We saw in the documents we went to earlier mention of the Hackney Solidarity Group. Does it follow that you started with them?
Could have been somebody else as well.
I see. Let's have a look at them. Let's have a look first of all at C2 33244. This is dated the 12th of August 91. It's the second report that we found in time. Does bear your nominal top left, as you will see, and on the side. So the security service seem to have understood it to have been your reporting and have filed it as such. Do you recall engaging with the Hackney Solidarity Group?
Sorry, I'm just reading just so I can...
Sure.
Probably is.
It says in paragraph 2 that a copy of the group's aims and principles is attached. And I'd like to look at a little of that. If we go to page 3 in the file, please. Paragraph 1, the middle paragraph under 1, the one that begins, the only class that gains. Says the only class that gains from capitalism is the ruling class, and it is only the working class who can gain from the destruction of capitalism. This is why we call ourselves a working class organisation. We want to make it clear that we believe in the destruction as opposed to, for example, the reform of capitalism. So they leave no room for doubt there what their aim is. If we go over the page, please, to page 4, and to the bottom under paragraph 2, it tells us a little bit about means. We believe that we, the majority of people living in this society, will never get anything we want or need without fighting for it, whether it's a pay rise, better housing, more nurseries. In short, everything that improves our living conditions. We are never going to be given anything on a plate by those who rule our lives. Their basic interest is the extraction of maximum profit out of our lives. This is why we believe in helping to build resistance to the attacks on our class. It is the only way to improve living conditions. This resistance can take many forms: information, agitation, striking, occupation, sabotage, revolution. It is only through resistance that we can start getting what we need. And then if we could go to page 9, please. Under section 9. And the first paragraph under the heading. Our history is a history of struggle, but it is also a history of betrayal. Time and time again, our struggles have been diverted, diffused, and destroyed by our so-called leaders. These leaders have separate interests from ours. It is not only that they lead separate lives and earn more money than us, they are an actual part of the social structure that is oppressing and exploiting us. For example, the role of the trade union leadership is to sell capitalism to us. Trade unions were legalised by the state in the mid-19th century to help control the working class. The ruling class realised that it was easier to negotiate with 3 isolated individuals than 3,000 angry workers. So no doubt there from this document that this is a group that wishes to overthrow the state, potentially by a range of means. But if we go back to page 1, please, to paragraph 5, in common with most other anarchist-run groups, HSG's finances are in a parlour state. The group continues to hold video nights at the Rio Cinema, which vary as to financial viability according to the subject matter, and a new edition of their publication, The Hackney Heckler, is about to be published. Some thought has been given to superseding the Heckler and the quarterly pamphlet, The Bulletin, by a more frequent, cheaper, single-page newsletter. In terms of revolutionary potency, the Hackney Solidarity Group doesn't appear to have had any real revolutionary potency. Is that fair?
Without money, you can't do much.
Now, in terms of why you reported this, was there any reason above and beyond you had been asked to assess groups in Hackney and Stoke Newington?
Intelligence, especially in analysis thereof, is not a science, it's an art. And the real factor is, when you look at it from the perspective of the branch, is that any of the individuals that attend this, one of them may well decide that it isn't working for him or her and decide to go out and do something themselves as lone wolf. So you've always got to assess the potential for the statements of the organisation orientating people towards what the organisation wants to happen but can't achieve at that particular time. On one-off acts, that is. We've seen this time and time again.
Yeah. Well, was your understanding that your assessment of the HSG was likely to lead your superiors to conclude that it was not worthy of further attention?
As well, other than as it's something that I would, and I don't, it doesn't say it on there, but I don't know if I mentioned it, it's something that the desk should continue to look at, just because of the lone wolf individual thing. Which you get a lot of the times, the people like David Copeland example, goes to the BNP thinking that it's going to be what he wants and it isn't, so he takes his harder action himself. That's why you need to keep looking at organisations.
And is that your personal view, or do you understand that to have been the view of MPSB?
MPSB desk officers, one of their tasks was, and I was one, of course, for at times, was to monitor potential for any problems that might arise. Politically, of course, because we're only dealing with politics here.
So the net is cast very wide.
Absolutely.
Let's look at the next batch of reports. The next 3 each concern a different group. This is the next 3 in time. But there's a strong anti-racist, anti-fascist theme to them all. So let's just have a look at them. First of all, tab 3, sir, 28184. We're 30th of August 1991 here. Again, it's been filed on the basis that it's your report. And it says materially at paragraph 2, provides a little bit of information about the NMP's plans to confront fascism. Following the March Against Fascism and Racism in Peckham on Saturday the 23rd of August, a new monitoring project which supported the march has adopted the following proposals to counteract the efforts of the British National Party and local residents to disrupt any future march in the Peckham area. And then it talks about organising with other interested parties, black and white people, to participate by leafleting surrounding areas, particularly those with large black and Asian populations, to continue efforts to identify, document and confront fascists. So essentially, you're reporting straightforward anti-fascist organising an activity. Over the page, sir, and 26536.
So is that the finish of that report?
Yeah, it's just one page.
So my reporting for that would be that when they say confront, that means involve themselves in conflict.
I beg your pardon?
It means involve themselves in conflict, physical conflict, 9 times out of 10.
Well, confront can mean
No, but I'm saying from
things.
the context of that of the report. I would have put that in for that reason. Otherwise, it's pointless me putting it in.
I see. If we go over the page, Central London Anti-Apartheid Group picket outside the South African Embassy. The report is dated the 18th of September 1991, again filed under your name. And it explains at paragraph 2 that it was a picket on the 15th anniversary on the death in custody of Steve Biko. And paragraph 4 says the proceedings were brought to an end by privacy on behalf of Clark. He spoke for several minutes about the need to keep the pressure on the South African regime and work to bring socialism to the region and the world. So this is an anti-apartheid group picketing the South African embassy back in the tail end of the apartheid era, and they're also socialists.
Yep.
This is just one of their routine activities. Is that fair?
It's fair. And again, as I said before, it's reporting because you know the knowledge. I was on the South African desk, and the South African desk officer and boss, Bureau for State Security of South Africa, was very active in London.
Yeah, I don't think we need to...
No, but that's why I would have written the report.
Okay.
You see? So the desk understands where we're looking at.
If we go now, please, to tab... In fact, there's another Clark report, but we don't need to go to it. To tab 5, 28218. There's the 25th of September 1991. If we could look at paragraph 1, please.
Yep. Oh, good.
Sorry, paragraph below, my fault. The first main paragraph of text. On Wednesday, the 18th of September 1991, a meeting was held at Southwark Town Hall by socialist organiser under the auspices of the Labour Party Young Socialists. The meeting was addressed by Lee Jasper of the Southwark Black Consortium, SBC, and the National Black Caucus, NBC, and dealt with the proposed package of anti-racist and anti-fascist measures to be put in place by the SBC and NBC in the aftermath of the failed March Against Racism and Fascism held last month in the Bermondsey and Rotherhithe areas. And the rest of the report goes on to set out the measures that they are contemplating to give effect to their wishes. But for my purposes, those 3 reports, the common theme between Clark, this meeting at Southwark Town Hall, and NMP, that's all anti-racist, it's all anti-fascist. Was attending that sort of meeting deliberate on your part?
Probably. As I said before, you need to see the contextualisation of the reports. I tried to explain regarding the South African one. The South Africans were active, and they may have sought out individuals who they wanted to deal with. as you know, such things happened. So that was the first thing. And also you've got to look at entryism into the Labour Party with Militant. And they set up various cover organisations. So you report these things, they go to the desk officer has a whole host of time to look into the backgrounds, see what's going on, and understand whether this is a threat to the nation or it isn't.
Were you deliberately attending meetings with an anti-racist and anti-fascist theme?
No, I'm attending meetings which I think are worth reporting on, because I will have been at a lot of other meetings, and these are the ones which are there, which you've seen and you've pulled out.
With the report on the Labour Party Young Socialists, did the Labour Party connection give you any pause for thought?
No,
Why not?
because the Labour Party was full of entryism.
The Labour Party Young Socialists.
Labour Party Young Socialists as well. I think if you look at militant tendency, you'll hear that.
And what were the rules for you reporting on a part of the Labour Party that it was understood was the subject of entryism?
Again, I would pass that on. Then the desk officer, who's looking in this particular area, on C Squad that would make some assessment, and I'm sure F2 branch would make some assessment as to where they thought things were. It wasn't for me out there to do the depth work to see whether it was or it wasn't of interest in terms of where one was going with a particular organisation.
Can you recall being given any feedback one way or the other about these early
I
reports?
do not recall any negative feedback, but I may be wrong, but I don't recall it.
Can we now move to document 28233, tab C7, sir? This is the first report in time that we've recovered, which refers to the SWP, and it's a meeting of the Justice for the Tottenham, about the Justice for the Tottenham 3. I'll give you a moment just to have a look at the document, and you will see from that paragraph number 2, it explains what the purpose of the meeting was.
Oh, I can hardly read that.
It's very difficult to read.
Yeah.
Do you want me? Let me read it out. On the 1st of October 1991, a meeting organised by the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, and entitled Justice for the Tottenham 3 was held at the Hackney Town Hall, Mare Street, London. The meeting, which began at 8 p.m. and ended at about 10 p.m, attracted some 120 persons of varying ethnic and political backgrounds. Sharam Raghib and Privacy represented the Tottenham 3 campaign. Privacy, the relation of Michael Hickey, spoke on behalf of the Bridgewater 4 campaign. Breda Powell, if I may not have read that correctly, after apologising for the absence of her father, Billy Power, spoke about the plight of the Birmingham Six and their fight to bring to justice the officers responsible for their incarceration. Privacy, the partner of Privacy, a Black Hackney Council employee who was recently sentenced to 18 months imprisonment for actual bodily harm as a result of defending himself against a racist attack, spoke for Free Martin Calvert campaign. Finally, Paul Foote, SWP member and investigative journalist, gave an overview of the state of British justice and the class and racist roots of its prejudice. The chair of the meeting was Privacy, a Hackney student housing officer. Can you help us with how you came to attend this meeting?
I'm guessing that's just normal branch membership work, just being there.
And is there any reason why you chose to start by attending an event about
I don't think that's a start.
A racial justice
I
campaign?
don't know, but I don't think that's a start.
I see. What's your recollection of how it started?
well, I was dragged in over several weeks, kind of protesting, being a black nationalist rather than a left-wing socialist in many ways, and being educated to it being the fact that it's a struggle of everybody rather than the struggle of particular individuals. And this was probably just one of the meetings that I had attended.
I see. The next three reports have a theme of the NMP. You seem to report a bit on the NMP after that. Can we look first of all at 28234? Thank you. And if we look at paragraph 2, you'll see the date at the top, 7th of October. If we look at paragraph 2, please. The Hackney Community Defence Association, HCDA, and the Newer Monitoring Project, NMP, have formed the Free Privacy campaign. Privacy is a black NUPE member who was involved in a racial incident in which it is alleged he was attacked by two white youths wielding bicycle chains, one of whom was subsequently stabbed by Privacy. Charged with actual bodily harm, he was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment and as a result dismissed from his employment with Hackney Council. And if we could go to paragraph 4, please. Funds for the campaign would appear to be held by the HCDA, and meetings will be held at the HCDA regular venue at the Family Centre, 50 Rectory Road, London N16. First of all, did you spend much time at the Family Centre, 50 Rectory Road?
I doubt it. I don't really know, but I doubt it.
And can you help us with why you went to this meeting? Was it continuing the policy of assessing local groups?
You see, as I said earlier on, this assessing of local groups seems a little bit strong. It would be being part of local groups to improve and keep improving your background. Now, when I went to SW, I didn't just go to SW because, you know, they don't necessarily think that they've got you. You want them to keep trying to drag you in. So if anything happens, they've dragged you in. So therefore, I'm still probably going to other meetings, etc., etc.
There's an element of playing hard to get
Absolutely.
with the SWP.
Correct.
Could we take that down, please, and go to C11, 28314, please. This is a report dated the 18th of November 1991, and if we look first of all at paragraph 2, please. Between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. on Monday, the 11th of November 1991, the 53rd anniversary of the Reichskristallnacht, a picket was held outside the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, Belgrave Square, London SW1, to protest against the beatings and killings of refugees in Germany by right-wing neo-Nazi groups and the seeming inactivity of the German government to combat them. Approximately 100 persons attended the picket and there was no disorder. So this is again an anti-fascist action, isn't it? And if we go to paragraph 3, the organisers of the picket, the Newer Monitoring Project, chose the anniversary of the Imperial Night of Broken Glass to mount the demonstration because of its significance as an occasion of massive state-sponsored racist terror leading to the genocide of a minority. So an NMP report. And if we go to an NMP event, if we go to paragraph 4, during the course of the picket, speeches were made by Bernie Grant MP, Jeremy Corbyn MP and Rajiv Menon of Newham Monitoring Project. Bernie Grant once again urged all those interested in anti-racist work to lobby like-minded European organisations to prevent the advent of a fortress Europe in which black people were not welcome, a theme which was developed by the other speakers and members of the picket. Now, we understand, Mr. Morris, that SDS officers often went to events at which members of Parliament were speaking. What I'm interested in is, why did you report a short summary of the content of Bernie Grant's speech?
Basically because that's what one does when reporting information, contextualising. Where I haven't read the rest of the report, so I can't say what it said, but contextualising what the demonstration was about. Then again, once that gets to the desk, they'll make decisions.
And if we, just so you can see the rest of the document, if we show paragraph 5, you followed the standard reporting protocol with the two MPs, or whoever has put your...
Yeah, whoever did it. Yeah,
formalised your report has done that.
Yeah, correct.
You then, it appears from your reporting, get properly stuck into infiltrating the SWP. And a feature of your early reporting is there's a batch of reports all about individuals. Is that what you were expected to do?
I'd have to see the reports.
Okay, well, let's look at them. Shall we start with C16, sir, 28272? This is dated the 18th of December 1991. It's, again, filed under your name. It says that the person concerned was female, British, unemployed, associated with the Socialist Workers' Party privacy branch with a London accent. Over leaf, it says, privacy is a sad case and as such epitomises the party's unsavoury recruitment policies regarding the ethnic communities and in particular persons of Afro-Caribbean heritage. Being institutionalised at an early age in various children's homes, she has suffered intolerable levels of racism. Her measure of self-confidence is non-existent and she is prone to bouts of depression, which is manifested in her extremely abrupt nature. She attends every meeting and most functions, but very rarely participates. This person was very much rank and file, was she?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why was it necessary to report that level of personal detail about her mental health and so forth?
Because of what it says. I mean, I felt that, as I mentioned earlier on with David Copeland, if she could well have been orientated, we'd call it today groomed, to the negative. And I wanted to make sure that that was known about her. As you know, I did some work on another organisation before I joined, as I said to you. Not as I said to you, so you understand. And that taught me how that happened, because that organisation went on then to be something of great import. And so that was the case, absolutely utilised by the party.
Could we go to tab 15, 28271? This is another report on an individual filed on the same date, a week before Christmas in 1991. Again, a female, doctor, Socialist Workers' Party, Clapton branch. There's a description Then it says, privacy is a member of the Clapton branch of SWP. She plays an active part in the party as an organiser and contact recruiting member for that branch. She has a caring manner which enables her to put new associates at ease. Privacy is very committed to the cause. Is she another rank and file?
Well, no. She's, as it says there, that she is a recruiting,
An organiser.
contact recruiting to put new associates at ease. So in my sense, with that individual whom I don't know or recall, it would be a matter of, this is somebody who's bringing people into the party. Understanding what the party's about, of course. Is this still Cold War era? Could be. Because, of course, not probably just at the end of the Cold War, but we still had the Cold War sentiment. Yeah.
Could we now go to tab 17, please? 28273. This is another reporting individual, another female, this time employed by the London Fire Brigade, a firewoman, also a member of the Socialist Workers' Party Hackney South branch. And there's a description again, and then it says privacy, an active member of the SWP, is also very militant within her trade union, the FBU. Presently, she is organising activity on the Nightingale estate regarding the council's proposed £15 rent rise. She is generally well respected within the branch. So again, another member of the SWP, and you're providing a brief description of what she does for the party.
Yes, and the fact that she's entryism into a trade union.
And then if we go over to tab 21, 28277. Another individual report, this time 5 days later, the 23rd of December. This time we don't have to redact the name. Rosie Kerwin, female, British, teacher and lecturer, Socialist Workers' Party member. There's a physical description. And then it says Kerwin, who is a lecturer in business studies at Hackney College, is a well-respected member of the Hackney South branch. She lives in a council-owned property and therefore is active in the local SWP organised anti-rent rise campaign. So
She's a member of the committee.
I am getting the impression that you might have been to an SWP Christmas party or the like, and you have met lots of members of the SWP and reported on them.
No, because the last person, if I remember correctly, is on the committee. The branch committee, yeah.
Had you met Rosie Kerwin before you reported on her?
Yeah, because I think you've seen the other reports that I've mentioned. That she's
How did you meet?
on the branch committee, I think, with me.
As early as December 1991?
I think, as I said, timings, dates, but I think she's on the branch committee.
And the other three?
Some of them are not. But what I'm doing is basically looking at the individuals who I feel in the party where I am, who may well be, staunch comrades, and therefore may well be more active than most.
This is very early days for you in the SWP.
Yeah, but I'm possibly still looking. I'm possibly still looking at who's active, and so I'm writing pen pictures of who's active. I would suggest.
Why are they all women? All these reports are all female.
There must be others that have men as well, I'm guessing.
Not that we've recovered in this time.
Don't know why, but I'm guessing
There are reports on men later on.
I'm guessing there must be the same, because I notice on associates I've placed various male names.
You're reporting very shortly before Christmas, then moves off in a different direction. Can we go to 33502, please, tab C18? And you are reporting substantively on the relaunch of the ANL.
That's that early, is it? What 1991? Okay.
Yeah. So if we look at that, 18th of December 1991, submitted herewith is a copy of party notes produced by the Socialist Workers' Party for the week ending 9th of September 1991. The notes clearly identify the major projects of the past week and provide information on forthcoming activities and campaign trends. Of major interest this week is the relaunching of the Anti-Nazi League under the leadership of the SWP. In this connection, the party has issued a leaflet, copy attached, explaining to members what it will entail. And if we go over the page, page 2, we see under the heading Anti-Nazi League Relaunched, we have to counter the rise of Nazism in Europe and prevent it getting a toehold here. The Le Pen protests and the reaction to our front page met with a real response. We have decided to take the initiative by relaunching the Anti-Nazi League. Enclosed is a circular that every comrade should read and act upon. When it says we have decided to take the initiative by relaunching the Anti-Nazi League, I get the impression that that is the SWP are controlling this launch.
It's their body, yeah.
From the dates, which I noticed you immediately alighted on, I think it follows that your recollection in your witness statement that the ANL's relaunch was associated with the murder of Stephen Lawrence must be mistaken, because Stephen Lawrence wasn't murdered until later.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, timings. And I'm surprised that it was relaunched that it was that quickly. As I said to you before, I was clearly on the district committee that for ANL later, but on the branch committee. I was clearly on the branch committee, which is why I'm being able to give the individuals. And shortly after the relaunch of the ANL, they want me to get on to the ANL's committees. I was surprised it's that early. But obviously there's a lot of activity going on and they are missing out.
And if we go to tab 19, 28274, 5 days later, immediately before Christmas on 1991, there's a report again filed under your name. And if we could look at paragraph 2, please. Information regarding the proposed relaunch of the Anti-Nazi League will be promoted in the national press early in the new year. The ANL is to be formed to combat Nazi action before it can take a foothold in Britain in the way it is beginning to do so on the continent. The Socialist Workers' Party is expected to play a central role in the organisation of the ANL. I won't read the rest of the report, but it goes into the tactics that are going to be used for that. My question is, did this reporting on this event stir any reaction from your managers?
Insofar as?
Was this regarded as a big deal?
Yes, and possibly even more so for the security service, because they were still interested in subversion at that time, because just Cold War. The Red Action split off from the Anti-Nazi League, and they therefore closed the Anti-Nazi League because of its dangers to the Socialist Workers' Party. So for them to reorganise it meant that they were missing out on the boat. There's a body called the ARA, if I remember correctly, Anti-Racist Alliance, had formed and was getting a lot of traction amongst black people. Straightforward organisation, very positive, etc., etc., etc. And I think that the Anti-Nazi League, I might have even written a report on it somewhere, that the Anti-Nazi League wanted some of those people. Well, the SWP wanted some of those people, so they relaunched the Anti-Nazi League.
coming back to the history we've been through quite carefully of the way you've infiltrated lots of groups working in the anti-fascist, anti-racist arena, was there any sense in the SDS at the time that this was a developing area which needed to have more coverage?
The way that's put isn't correct. What I infiltrated were organisations which had an anti-Nazi, an anti-racist aspect to them. It wasn't solely an anti-racist aspect. Every group in town wanted a piece of the anti-racist aspect because it's the hottest game in town, if you're the left wing. If you were the right wing, obviously it was perceived for them. That's the way it was. They're not just solely for many. ARA, as I said, was absolutely what it said on the tin.
I take that point, but was there a sense that this was
just another battlefield
and needed to be infiltrated?
And needed to be looked at, because they weren't infiltrated. They were just basically looked at, and that would be monitored from the desk. I just provided the information whilst I was bouncing around.
Thank you. Could we digress now to back to another report on an individual? This is tab 24, sir, 28237, a report of the 10th of January, again attributed to you. Oh, 28237. 28327. Thank you. So this person is a doctor, female, doctor of medicine, member of the Socialist Workers' Party. There's some physical...
It's the same one we had on before, was it?
It's not the same report, no.
Oh.
It's a different report,
Okay.
although a doctor. There are some very slight discrepancies in the physical description. I did wonder whether it was the same person or not. Active member of North Hackney branch of SWP, and as such, in her capacity as a senior branch member, she organised the branch Christmas party.
Okay.
She is also active in contact meeting and recently introduced a new person to the branch.
It's the same person.
Is it?
I think it is, yeah.
Right. Okay. If we could... Sorry, and could I have the report back up, please? Thank you. What I want to ask you about is under accent. Would appear to be an East End Jewish accent. Mm-hmm. Why was it necessary to report that somebody had a Jewish accent?
It would be no different than any other accent in terms of you'd report that. If it was a Scottish accent, you'd say Scottish. If it was a Jamaican accent, you'd say Jamaican, or a Barbadian accent, you'd say Barbadian. When you're doing reports, what you're trying to do is orientate the individual. That's how we are taught in Special Branch, and in the security service, and in every other service that you can think about, because you need to orientate individuals. This is obviously before you had mobile phones, etc., etc. And it's important to orientate who individuals are and give any officer looking at it the best information they can as to whether they've got the right person. Because we have just now had that problem, is this the same person? So what you do want is, and it's an up-to-date, I noticed it said if you go down, what you do want is to be able to really orientate the person.
I see. And now that you can see that there has been a branch Christmas party, did you go to the branch Christmas party?
I don't know. I'm assuming I did. I may have even worked at the branch Christmas party. But don't know.
You did say you'd reported on men as well, and if we go
Absolutely.
go over the tabs,
everybody.
28185, the first report on a man, 20th of January.
Well, the first report you have.
Yeah, first report we have, 20th of January 1992. Again, thank you. Your report on this gentleman, the bottom, it says the subject is very slim, his trousers hang limply from his hips.
Yep.
Why is it necessary to
Exactly the same as I said before.
report a detail like that?
Exactly the same.
Identify.
So imagine if you've got a surveillance team, and the branch had several surveillance teams, and you're looking at these people, then they need to have those pointers. That's what you're taught when you first join the branch, how you report.
Thank you. If we could take that down and look at some of the early reporting into the ANL. Tab 26, 19905. This is a report, when it comes up, about a demonstration on Saturday the 18th of January 1992 against the asylum bill that was then currently before Parliament. It was an NUS demonstration, but it says largely organised by the Socialist Workers' Party. Could we go over the page, please, to paragraph 6? This happy state of affairs was marred only briefly by a minor incident of disorder at the northern end of Park Lane W1, where a small group of National Front supporters, numbering only about half a dozen, had congregated outside the Grosvenor Hotel at the east side of Park Lane, secure in the knowledge that the detachment of the Territorial Support Group were in the immediate vicinity. These right-wing supporters shouted obscenities and displayed the Union Jack flag and National Front publications to taunt the marchers. This succeeded in provoking a number of the latter into crossing the central reservation in a half-hearted attack. To the obvious dismay of some members of Red Action and DAM, the situation was quickly diffused by police. In fact, the SWP organisers themselves had been urging the marchers to continue and not render themselves liable to arrest, thus conforming with their policy of opposing fascism and racism as national issues rather than targeting individuals. Is this a good example of how this is the SWP policy, isn't it? Is avoid the little fights. They've got a bigger battle to fight.
This is a central committee perspective. It's not necessarily people further down the chain. However, taking on the right wing is for most people something they don't want to do because the right wingers are actually good at fighting and that's what they want to do. So for most people, now I notice this is a SWIS, that's the Socialist Workers Students Organisation, march, and on those marches you tended to get people that weren't socialist workers, students who sometimes were willing to fight, to be involved in combat. And so they could be different. But if I say that, whomever was leading it was saying, carry on, don't fight, yeah, that's what happened. I'm not going to say something that didn't happen, that's what happened.
I mean, it is the SWP's relationship with public disorder is complicated, isn't it?
Extremely complicated.
Can we go, please, to tab 33, 28214? This is a report on an individual on Christopher, is it Nineham?
Yeah, Chris Nineham, yeah.
Again, identifying details, but then it goes on to say Nineham of the Socialist Workers' Party acted as a coordinator during the recent mass leafleting campaign in the Tower Hamlets area. It appeared as if he had good connections with SWP's centre and was responsible for anti-Nazi League policy. He stated that the ANL did not want to be seen as attacking the racist BNP in a physical manner, but were anxious to entice away their potential recruits on the various estates prone to BNP infiltration. My first question is, was it the basic tactic of the ANL to try and entice people away from the BNP.
Correct.
Could you have submitted this report so that it read the ANL did not want to attack the
No.
racist British?
No. I can say what the Central Committee say. This is what I'm saying. It's complicated. And that's not all the Central Committee. So there were some members of the Central Committee who wanted it differently. But the policy was, don't do that. Different thing.
And in terms of writing, did not want to be seen,
As well, that's the point as well.
are you saying it was the policy of the SWP that they were not to be seen as attacking, or was it the policy that they were not to attack?
I would suggest both. The Central Committee is a powerful beast, and that body directs what the branches do. However, at least one individual on the Central Committee was not so orientated, and that had a different view on it. And there were people also who'd been brought in who didn't have that view. So it's trying to keep everybody happy, and that's quite difficult, because otherwise they go off to other groups who do want to confront.
The one member of the Central Committee at that stage who wasn't on message, if I put it that way, was that somebody who you've named later in your statement?
Correct.
Mr. Banbury?
Correct. Who was a friend of mine, by the way. I noticed that some people were saying, Chris Banbury, I liked very, very much.
And what was your level of knowledge and contact with Mr. Banbury at this stage, in January 92?
I can't recall exactly. It's very difficult for me to recall exactly. Because it's all swirling around. The timings are swirling around. So I can't say exactly what they... And I don't want to say something about Chris at a time when I don't know. So the timings are swirling around. Chris Nineham was a powerful individual in the party who I thought was ambiguous on the issue, as I've mentioned here.
Okay, we'll come back to Mr. Banbury later. We can take that down now. Can we go to tab 36, 28265? This is a report from the 18th of February, again filed under your name. If we could look at paragraphs 2 and 3, please.
Mm-hmm.
The undermentioned members of the Socialist Workers' Party are presently involved in the leadership of the ANL. Julie Waterson, National Organiser, Privacy, Ernie Roberts, Treasurer ANL, Christopher Nineham, Musical Event Organiser, Wayman Bennett, Actions, i.e. Mass Leafleting Coordinator. Julie Waterson travelled to Rochdale over the weekend of the 14th to the 16th of February to attend a demonstration against a British National Party candidate selection meeting which was being held in a local pub. The SWP estimates the rally brought together 600 ANL activists. These comrades were able to prevent the BNP from carrying out their business. In fact, they physically confronted the proposed candidate, causing him to flee. This activity is seen within the party as having been superbly successful and has been hailed as a foretaste for the London demonstration intended to close the British National Party headquarters in Welling on Saturday, the 22nd of February, 1992. Can you recall whether you travelled to Rochdale?
No, I didn't. And I would have known Chris now. When I'm seeing that date for the 1992, I would have known Chris previously.
I see.
Right. So, no, I wasn't there. I think my recollection is I got that straight from the horse's mouth. Sorry, from Julie Waterson.
What did she tell you what was meant by physically confronting the proposed candidate?
Those are the words.
So you're not able to help us?
I wasn't there, so I can't. I'm not going to say something I wasn't there.
If we take that down, if we go, please, to tab 38, 28267. This is a mention of the organisation you mentioned earlier, the Anti-Racist Alliance, which features quite a lot later on. 24th of February 1992, paragraph 2. The struggle between the Socialist Workers' Party, Anti-Nazi League, SWP ANL, and the Anti-Racist Alliance, ARA, for the leading position in the battle against the Nazis is increasing in intensity. The ARA intend to hold a rally on the 2nd of March 1992 at Hackney Town Hall, and all Hackney SWP ANL Black Comrades will be directed to attend in an attempt to refute the perception that the ANL is a white lead organisation. Were you so directed?
Yeah.
And if we can go down to paragraph 4. At a recent meeting, some members of Hackney SWP expressed the fear that security is not being taken seriously enough. Privacy, who recently was punched while fly-posting ANL literature, protested that to advertise the Hoxton leafleting was a mistake and would bring the Nazis out to confront comrades with the inevitable repercussions. In the end, a close vote overruled privacy, but not before a compromise had been agreed, in that the leaflet will not name Hoxton, but will give the meeting place as Shoreditch Town Hall. Paragraph 5, the question of security also is being discussed at SWP Centre in view of several attacks on SWP ANL activists since the inception of the present ANL campaign. The Hackney ANL caucus has discussed possible retaliation to these attacks, and the general feeling was that they should not go unpunished. It is doubtful, however, if their bravery will extend to physical confrontation. And it's that last sentence I want to ask you about. Is it right that there were a lot of people who detested the BNP, but, put it bluntly, were not up for a physical fight?
Yeah, they're frightened of them.
And how common was that in the ANL and the SWP?
Oh, very common. And I think my reporting says that all the time, which is why subsequently later on we come to the other aspect.
Can we go now to tab 45, please? 28323. This is a report on Julie Waterson. And at the bottom, in the text at the bottom, Julie is a hard-working, aggressive and tenacious member of the party. She has fought her way to the top of the organisation and is attempting to prove her worth and organisational skills as head of the ANL. On the street in public order situations, i.e. demonstrations, marches and pickets, she is seen as a general barracking and bullying her way through the proceedings. She lives off aggression and has stamped her mark, some say contrary to party ideology, on the ANL organisation. A former Hackney South member, she presently lives with the Hackney South paper organiser, privacy at the above address. What was the basis for you characterising Julie Waterson as aggressive?
My observations.
And could you help us with what factual observations you made?
Oh, on demonstrations. How she was, I think that was a given. And I think I know when Lindsay Germain was here, she said she was Scottish. I don't know what that meant, but whatever it meant. The reality is Julie was a very, very strong individual. And as I said here, positively, very tenacious, hard-working member.
When you say aggressive, do you mean physically aggressive? Or verbally aggressive? Or some other form?
Bits of both. You know, if you needed moving around on a picket or whatever, she would physically move you around if you didn't move around. And so, yeah, very strong.
Did you ever see her in physical conflict with the police?
No.
When you say that some were saying that her approach was contrary to party ideology, can you help us with that?
Yeah, I mean, generally, you want to supposedly discuss most things. Whereas Julie was directing.
So we're back to temperament, are we? Thank you. Can we take that down? Whilst we're in this part of the chronology, could we have up, please, tab 47, 33, 279. Could you just familiarise yourself with it for a moment, please?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I want to ensure we're understanding this correctly, but it appears to be a report gained by word of mouth indicating there's going to be a picket of the Hampstead Conservative Club where it was believed Norman Tebbit and Mrs. Thatcher were going to be, and that accordingly the Special Branch Reserve were informed at 8:40 in the morning of a picket that was due to start at 10:15 a.m. Is that understanding correct?
It's what I'm appearing to get from it, yes.
Yes or no, please?
No, what I'm getting from that is that's correct.
Sorry, no.
But,
yes, I've got that. Next question. My next question.
Ah.
Yes or no answer for this next question, please, Mr. Morris. Is this your report?
that I can't say.
Thank you. If we could...
So, sorry, where was it? Where was the actual demonstration again? Because
Hampstead Conservative Club.
Hampstead. I'd be guessing. I'd say I don't think it is because it's Hampstead, but I don't know.
Thank you. If we could take that down, could we go now to 3714? It's tab B15, sir. David, 30714. This is a security service note for file arising from a liaison visit to the SDS, which occurred on the 14th of April 1992. What I'm interested in showing you is the first of the gists, which says HN78, change of address, 88 Mount Pleasant Road, Tottenham. Can you recall moving to 88 Mount Pleasant Road?
I know I went there, but I can't recall making the actual move.
Can you recall whether it occurred, whether it was recent news in April 1992 or whether you'd moved sometime before?
I was just looking at the other chap just to see if that would give me a position on it, but okay, HN90. It's terminated in August. Let me see. It's terminated in August. I can't be sure. I can't. I would have thought it was earlier, to be fair, but
Can you help us with why you moved to Tottenham?
I think the premises that I was in, yeah, hang on. Yeah, I think what happened is I had effectively the premises that I was in to myself. And then, if I can remember correctly, the landlord was doing up rooms, etc., etc. And he then said, the rooms are ready, we're bringing other people in. And I think he brought new people into the premises. So that was no good for me. So I said, I'll need to move. And I think I was then directed to try and move to Tottenham.
And why were you directed to move to Tottenham?
It might have been that that became more active. I don't know.
So would now be an appropriate moment to give the stenographer a well-earned break.
Of course. 10 or 15 minutes? 10's okay. 10 minutes. last leg for today, I think.
Indeed, sir. Could we go, please, to document 33340, tab C68, sir? This is a report dated the 19th of June 1992. Paragraph 2, the Anti-Nazi League has launched a financial appeal, copy attached herewith, signed by Bernie Grant, Arthur Scargill and Peter Hain. The Socialist Workers' Party believes that there is tremendous goodwill towards the ANL and therefore that supporters will give generously when asked. The ANL is in financial trouble and desperately needs more funds to build the movement. One of the proposed fundraising activities is a special ANL music album to be recorded within the next few weeks. Tom Robinson and the Ragger Twins, amongst others, are purported to be involved. A special limited edition has been offered to comrades for £10. So, Mr. Morris, a report about fundraising that refers to 2 members of Parliament. Why was it necessary to point out that this fundraising appeal had the support of members of Parliament?
Completeness. It's pointless writing reports if you're not going to complete the report. And from this perspective here, I don't think that even stands without you saying who's involved and who has an interest in it, which I've done. And that, again, is what you're taught in the branch.
Was the ANL's finances of interest to Special Branch
Absolutely.
and the Security Service?
Without finances, you can't do anything.
And understanding those being important was the effectiveness of their fundraising.
Correct.
And was the firepower, if I put it, the names behind the
Yeah.
is important. So you reported it for that reason.
Correct.
Thank you. If we could take that down. Could we have next tab 69, 28161? This is a report dated the 4th of July 1992 about the ANL and specifically about a demonstration against David Irving. Reads, numbers likely attend. While some branches of the SWP have been asked to provide a maximum of 6 persons per branch, others are only being asked to support this event but without obligation and with no number quota stipulated. Therefore, it is anticipated that the SWP presence will be of a token nature. Numbers attending from other organisations are less easily assessed. And at the bottom, the SWP will not be disrupting their normal paper sales to enable their members to attend this event, but those who choose to go are recommended to purchase a travel card in the hope that they may learn the venue of Irving's speech. ARA may include among their supporters 3 members of Parliament, Glyn Ford, Jeremy Corbyn and Alice Mahon. If I've understood your evidence from earlier, you've described the Anti-Racist Alliance in very different terms to the SWP. Not a threat.
No, not a threat. Well, again, from my perspective, from how I saw the organisation, not a threat. There was entryism into that organisation, I do know, some individuals. But yeah, excuse me. But from my perspective, not. But of course, as you know, we spoke in the meetings, and I know that the YRE were attempting to put people in that organisation.
Why report specifically on the fact that members of Parliament were going to be supporting an organisation like the ARA?
Once again, it shows you the completeness of that organisation, and it gives you a feel to that organisation in terms of how it differs from the ANL and whom they've got supporting them. From my perspective, see, a lot of these things you see me reporting on doesn't mean to say that I'm not in agreement with them. I do my job and report the factors. But that organisation, as I perceived it, went out to do a job of preventing racism with no other agenda. But there were others trying to get inside it who had a different agenda.
But because it was a victim of entryism, it was of interest to those you were serving.
Correct. Well, to the state. I mean, I'm not serving them blinded to the state of the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
That's it.
MPSB in particular.
MPSB, Security Service.
If we could take that down now, please, and go to tab 94, 33341. And if we could have the next page, please. This is a report dated the 14th of September 1992. And if we have paragraph 2, it says, although it is the intention of the Socialist Workers' Party to broaden its participation in the Anti-Nazi League, it would appear that in practice this relates only to the lower echelons of the organisation. The policy of the SWP Central Committee is to confine its relationship to individual meetings between Julie Waterson and Peter Hain, usually on a bi-weekly basis, but more frequently, if occasion demands, to discuss the ANL and agree a strategy. Apparently, decisions are reached very quickly and sometimes even without prior consultation, albeit in the spirit of previous agreements. It must be stressed that the direction to be taken by the ANL is determined as a result of a joint decision. Can you help, first of all, with how you got this intelligence, please?
I don't know.
Can you help as to your understanding? Is your understanding that this is accurate?
I think it's accurate because otherwise I wouldn't have reported it. I probably either got it from the horse's mouth or close to it, is what I can say on that. I wasn't in any... I was in no way, shape or means used to, or would I orientate to put something on paper that I didn't think was correct. So if that would have been given to me, I would have thought that's probably about right. But I can't remember writing that report, to be fair.
And if decisions are being taken jointly between Julie Waterson and Peter Hain. Peter Hain at the time was a member of ANL and a member of Parliament, is that right?
Correct.
But not a member of the SWP?
Oh, no. As far as I knew, he wasn't. As far as I knew.
Are you reporting on Peter Hain's activities here because he's ANL, because he's talking to the SWP, or for some other reason?
Because if this is true, I'm reporting on it because he's making decisions as to the direction of the ANL in conjunction with Julie Waterson, if this is correct.
And assuming it is correct, it shows, doesn't it, that the ANL is not a wholly owned subsidiary of the SWP?
No, it doesn't. That doesn't stand. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of the SWP, which realised, and this is why I would have written the report if I did, which realised they needed something like the firepower of ARA. So, they'd be co-opting Peter Hain rather than the other way around. Did you see what I mean?
I mean, it's certainly right that there are a lot of people who are members of the ANL but who are not members of the SWP. Mm-hmm. But this report is referring to decision-making, isn't it, about
Correct.
the direction of the ANL?
Correct.
Once you've got somebody like Peter Hain making joint decisions with Julie Waterson, it can't be right that the SWP is wholly controlling the ANL, can it?
Yes, it can, because that's what you're being told. It doesn't mean to say Peter Hain would have not have been there on day-to-day on how the Anti-Nazi League worked. He may well have said, this is how I would like for the Anti-Nazi League to work. But what it does on the ground is a completely different thing. So what I'm saying is that they may have been able to get the firepower of Peter Hain, may have, and it's a may, but it looks as though, from what I'm reporting here, she's already made the decisions via the Central Committee of where it's going anyway, and he's kind of agreeing to it. If I read this correctly, and I cannot remember, I wish I could, whether that was my report.
Okay, if we could take that down now, please. I'd just like to ask you a little bit about your own role within the ANL. We know that you were a member. Were you rank and file, or were you more than that?
I was an organiser, East London organiser.
Was that a specific official title?
Obviously, in the party of volunteers, but I was an organiser, and I think that was articulated by Jenny, that I was an organiser in the ANL.
She said that you were rank and file and saw yourself as such.
No, I think you'll find that she said that they wanted to co-opt me to work within the ANL, and that she said, is it Jenny? Yeah, Jenny, and that Pia said I was rank and file, which I think she doesn't know, so it's incorrect. I know what I was doing there, and they had me talking in universities, etc., etc., etc.
So what?
And there should be some reports to that effect that I think if I can remember correctly, one of them was in Ipswich or somewhere like that, and then another one was down in Chelmsford or something like that. I was speaking with them all over the place on ANL matters, and obviously in Hackney and around Tottenham and around that area.
So what, putting labels to one side, what were you actually doing? Speaking arrangements, attending demonstrations?
Attending demonstrations, organising. If you look on the March in Welling example, I think you see, and I can't see where the picture is, I think it's myself and Chris Bambury at the front of the march, locking arms as stewards.
Some stewarding. What else were you doing for the ANL?
Probably moving stuff around in my vehicle. It's a very delicate line, because I refused aspects, and I think that was also articulated by somebody, because what you don't want to do is be somebody who's organising everything, because that's pointless. That's you progressing an organisation. So reluctantly, I was involved, as I was in the branch committee example.
My very loyal junior is pointing out that I was right. It was Jenny who said, I don't remember him saying why he was reluctant to do so, but I think he saw himself as a more rank and file person.
Oh, that's what she's saying. She didn't say I was rank and file. She said he sees himself as a more rank. That's what I wanted to be, of course. Different thing. But of course, they wanted me to do the opposite. Right, so that is the juxtaposition.
And were you involved in, when there were demonstrations and other events, motivating people to turn out to them, or were you being motivated by others to turn out?
I was motivating people to turn out to them.
Sorry?
I was delegated to motivate people to turn out to them. Example, they asked me to go to Broadwater Farm. I remember this totally correctly, to organise people for the Welling demonstration because they thought they'd be militant.
I see. Thank you. Can we move now away from the ANL back to the SWP? Can we go to tab C54, 28339, please? Now, this is a report dated the 1st of May 1992. Paragraph 2 reads, at a recent meeting of delegates held in Manchester, the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, has been able to secure a seat on the Union of Jewish Students, UJS, Central Committee. The Socialist Workers' Party and Socialist Workers' Student Society put forward 3 candidates who were vigorously contested by the UJS chairwoman. She had previously stated that the SWP was anti-Semitic, although she was forced to retract this after an open letter from Chani Rosenberg, the SWP founder's Jewish wife, condemned her statement as that of a mere youth who, unlike her, had not lived through the Holocaust. Viewed in this light, the successful candidature of one comrade is hailed as a great success. Now, accepting what you've said about the wide net that you were required to cast, are the affairs of the Union of Jewish Students really necessary?
Absolutely, yeah. You see, the way we're discussing now about the ANL and whether that's SWP or not is exactly the same entryism that the SWP did everywhere. You try and get people into the party, into the conflict, into the whatever it might be, and then you try and influence how that functions. So that is what I was reporting on here. I think, I've got to say, because I don't remember it, as a second tier.
A second tier of what?
Yeah, because I don't think I was there. That's what I'm saying. I've got that from somebody.
I understand. Now, one understands that if a militant organisation is infiltrating, say, the National Union of Mine Workers, which has the power, considerable industrial muscle, that may be one thing. But the Union of Jewish Students...
Has considerable muscle as well.
What muscle did you understand?
I mean, are we going into red area?
Well,
because I was on the Israeli section of Special Branch.
Well, I don't want you to go.
You don't want me to go there. So,
I don't want you to go into any Middle Eastern issues.
So it's not Middle Eastern. When you say Israeli section, that also includes the diaspora. But okay, we'll leave it there.
Okay, we take that down, please, and can we go to tab C72, 28165? This is a report dated the 6th of July 1992. The Socialist Workers' Party has agreed to support the committee formed to defend members of OSE, the Greek socialists who are on trial for upholding claims for Macedonian independence, in its request for more recognition for its organisation. The committee is supported already by the FBU and by Tony Benn. Why was it necessary to report that Tony Benn was supporting the OSE members? Isn't surely the interest is simply that the SWP are supporting them?
Again, I mean, the Special Branch is a national security organisation that doesn't slide away from the fact that an MP is involved in something. I mean, it's you just report what there is. That doesn't mean to say that anything's going to happen, anything's going to go anywhere. It means that the desk officer has got some knowledge and needs to have the knowledge of what's what, how's happening, where it's going on, what the background might be, etc., etc. And as a desk officer, when I was working such desks, I'd hoover that up and see what I can use and what I can't use. And the security service desk officers will do exactly the same.
And notwithstanding the fact that Mr Benn was a Member of Parliament?
Notwithstanding the fact that Mr Benn is a Member of Parliament.
Could we take that down, please, and have up tab 93, 28,200? We're now moving to the event that came to be known as the Battle of Waterloo. This is the 12th of September. The event was on the 12th of September 1992. This is a report from the day before, which reads, the leadership of the Socialist Workers' Party has directed that members of the North and East London branches of the SWP and the Anti-Nazi League are to attend Waterloo Station to confront neo-Nazis and skinheads. Members have been instructed to meet at 4:30 p.m. in the main concourse near the cinema and have been strictly warned that they are to take orders from Julie Waterson and from no other person. There are no plans by the SWP ANL to attend the eventual venue of this concert. It is known that the majority of SWP ANL members are apprehensive at the thought of physical confrontation, and this may be reflected in a low turnout. Can I ask, how did you get the information that people had been strictly warned to take orders from Julie Waterson and no other?
As I said, I was an organiser of the ANL. I would have got that information from either Julie herself or would have come down to me.
Were you told why this instruction was being given?
I think that, can I see the date again? But I've got a feeling.
It's the 11th. This report is the 11th of September. The event is on the 12th.
Yeah. It's this massive fear of the red action split happening again. And the reason why I reported that, when I got that, I got the feel that she had either heard or been informed that some of us wished to act differently. In other words, wished to confront. And that's it.
Were you privy to any of the information about members of the SWP or ANL wanting to do that?
I was at one stage contacted by Banbury about there being, and I put many reports on it.
I mean, for this event?
For that, I can't remember exactly for that event, but I think it's around all this era where people are saying something's got to be done.
Okay. Did you attend on the 12th?
I'm pretty sure I did. And I think I put the report out there because I think that in the office, they thought it might be even bigger than what it actually was. I mean, it was big enough, don't get me wrong, in terms of in a train station, but bigger than what it actually was.
We don't have a report for the day itself. We've got a report for afterwards, which we'll come to in a moment. But before we do that, since you were there, can I ask you, how did the SWP and ANL themselves behave on that?
I can't say. Unless I wrote it down, I cannot remember. Excuse me. Sorry. Unless I wrote it down, I cannot remember. It's things that I know happen, so I'd be adding something to it that I don't really, subsequently, I'd be adding something to it that I don't know on the day.
Okay. Well, can we take that document down now, and could we have up 28,205, tab 97. This is a report dated the 18th of September. You can see that from the bottom left about the event on the 12th. It says, events on the 12th of September took the ANL SWP leadership by surprise. They now regard it as a miscalculation that they did not mobilise greater opposition to the Screwdriver gig and present a higher profile on the day. Prior to the demonstration, the ANL SWP were of the opinion that the gig was of no political significance and merely an excuse for anti-fascist action to have a fight. It was only when widespread publicity was given to the anticipated confrontation that some members were directed to attend. At this time, there is no intention among SWP or ANL leaders to abandon their policy against violence, but efforts to generate more mass actions will be redoubled. Does that final paragraph accurately state the de facto policy?
That chimes with what I was just saying. That would be the policy.
Why did the SWP ANL want a presence at an event where the understanding was the AFA were going for a fight?
If you don't, the perspective of the overall view, if you don't be there, if you're not present there, and others are there and take the glory for being there, you're missing out. So you have to be there. So that's why we were very keen at always swelling our numbers with other individuals from other organisations to show that de facto, and what we do at the demonstration, I'm still thinking like, at demonstrations, is hand out the lollipops or the SWP placards to everybody we could. So it looked as though we massed it. You see, this is what you're trying to do, create this idea that SWP's there, ANL's always there, it's a mass organisation. Now, if something like that happens, and we weren't the ones who dealt with it, that's a negative.
Could we take that down? Could we move to a different topic altogether? The Malcolm X rallies. First of all, tab 75, 28313. This is 13th of July 1992. The SWP believes that interest in Malcolm X is increasing due to the recent Los Angeles riots and the forthcoming film about him scheduled to open in this country in the autumn. Additionally, it is planning to publicise SWP member Kevin Ovenden's new book titled Malcolm X, Socialism and Black Nationalism in a manner designed to attract black people to the party. The following series of rallies has been planned involving Ahmed Shawki from the SWP's sister party in the USA and the International Socialist Organisation and the book's author. And then it gives tour dates for Birmingham, Leeds, Manchester, London and Bristol. Planned venues are shown on the attached leaflet advertising the events. Host area SWP branches are expected to arrange transport to target schools and youth clubs and get publicity through radio stations, newspapers or concerts, particularly those serving the black community with a view to obtaining support. Black SWP members have been particularly warned to become fully involved in the project. Were you so warned?
Yep.
And over and above, was there anything over and above the general requirement to report on all things SWP that caused you to report this?
Yeah, because there was an absolute interest in attempting to recreate those riots in the United Kingdom.
And how big a deal were the Los Angeles riots in SWP circles at that time?
Big deal. That's why we brought in Bobby Seale to speak, from the Black Panther movement for self-defence in the 60s. So he was brought in to speak at Marxism. I mean, this was something that was trying to be created. Perhaps
the next document will help develop this issue. 28204, please. This is a report about an event on the 12th of September 1992 at Powys Square, Notting Hill, part of the Malcolm X rally. It says this meeting was the last in a series of 7 rallies held throughout the UK to promote Kevin Ovenden's book Malcolm X, Socialism and Black Nationalism, since the first rally in Tottenham on the 6th
once a false alarm, and there is no resulting order.
Mr. Morris, did you ever hear a suggestion that Special Branch might have been providing informally information to the private sector about people who were associated with extreme left political groups?
No.
Could we now have up 33830, tab C132? This is a briefing note about the involvement and influence of far left groups in industrial disputes. And it goes on at paragraph 1 to say this paper deals with the Socialist Workers' Party's influence and involvement in the growing number of current and anticipated industrial disputes. Intelligence contained in this briefing note has been obtained from secret and reliable sources which must be protected. So it's understood before we go further that there are multiple sources to this report. It's a long report. I'm interested in the conclusion. Page 7, please, paragraph 19. The conclusion is, the SWP is deeply involved in a wide range of industrial disputes and issues, but in an opportunistic way. The degree of influence which the party holds varies according to the strength of local activity, but there is no evidence to suggest that it is capable of directing a trade dispute at national or even regional level. The party will attempt to agitate for industrial action wherever possible and feasible. SWP members may swell numbers at what would otherwise be small and quiet protests. Individual members, as recent events have demonstrated, are prepared to be arrested and collectively will engage in sit-downs and similar forms of civil disobedience. SWP leaders may provoke others present into action, but generally the organisation does not pose a serious threat to public order. The SWP takes a view that it in itself is neither big enough nor powerful enough to take the lead, but that a few well-placed and committed socialists may be enough to tip the balance. Starting first of all with the conclusion, there is no evidence to suggest that it is capable of directing a trade dispute at national or even regional level. Was that your experience of the SWP?
I would guess that's about right.
And then the explanation of, the nuanced explanation of how the SWP might get involved in disputes and how it is not generally a serious threat to public order. Does that accord with your experience of the SWP?
I think that needs to be more nuanced. And even where I say that that's about right on the first aspect, which you spoke about, it depends on the role of the SWP member. So, yes, by themselves they couldn't do it, but if you had, let's say the head of the union was an SWP member, then yeah, you would have some power to maybe make things happen. So that's what I'm saying there. So I'm putting that as a caveat. On the last bit, the threat-wise to public order, as a general rule, the threat from the SWP in public order was the fact that they would bring the masses, for masses in terms of a demonstration, to the demonstration. And wherever possible, they would want those individuals that were not SWP to be angry. And I think it was said militant was the word used by Lindsay Germain, I think, the other day.
Thank you. If we could take that down now, and could we have up 33975, tab C152. This is a report on Marxism 93, and we've got on page 1 there the Security Services consumer comments. Bottom left, the checkbox marking described it as extremely valuable. The text says, "Thank you for this full and excellent report. Of particular interest were the sections on membership, industry, and particularly the party leadership." Could we move to page 3, please, and paragraph 3? Most of those attending the various meetings represented the same class and ethnic origin as the bulk of the SWP, i.e. white middle class. About 10% of the participants were black or Asian. 2/3 seemed to be in the 18 to 30 age group, the remaining third being older. Why were race, age, and class being reported on?
They weren't. What was being reported on is the makeup of the SWP. And what we know is their attempt to work and obtain more people of colour into that organisation and utilise. I think it was put to me once that black people were better equipped to be the vanguard of the revolution. Yeah, because they're angry. Right? That's how it was put to me. So it is of import to note that that's the perception. For Asian people of Asian heritage, and we're talking of heritage rather than that, British people, what they were basically saying with that was that, excuse me, was that, again, the isolation and the feeling of being lesser than was, again, a positive aspect, which aids individuals to understand the revolutionary perspective.
Class?
Absolutely matters. They want it to be working class, but the reality is that it's middle class. Because, frankly, let's be absolutely truthful about it, it would be easier for the right wing to pick up on working class than it is for the SWP.
Age?
Is a factor because, again, you want to assess whether people are just going through a process. I'm young, going through a process, see what's going on, which could also be negative as well in another way, because you might want to be more active. But the older you get, the more tied to the system you are and the more committed you potentially are to the way the organisation thinks.
Could we take that down now, and could we have 34066 up, please, tab 155? This is a report that followed shortly afterwards about the leadership of the SWP post-Marxism 93. Again, we can see on the first page the consumer comments regard it as extremely valuable. If we go to page 2, paragraph 2, please. It says, this report deals with the leadership of the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, post-Marxism 93. If we could go to page 3. And there are a number of... could I have the next page, please? Number of individuals reported on there. Can I ask you first of all about Lindsay German? Respected for her grasp of politics as well as her not insignificant oratorical skills. Her support comes mostly from those of the same gender or those particularly concerned with women's matters, a subject on which she is formidable. I'm taking it from your earlier evidence that you followed Lindsay German's evidence. And you will have heard Dr. German say that she thought that her support was from a broader base, or words to that effect. What do you have to say?
I disagree. I stand by what I wrote.
You paint a picture of her having really quite a niche.
No, not a niche. No,
niche support.
Not niche support. That I wouldn't say. But as I state here, I would say that obviously she's very capable. And as I said, her support comes mostly from those of the same gender. That's just a fact.
Were you pigeonholing her as a woman?
Why would I? I didn't pigeonhole Julie Waters, an example.
Could we now have the paragraph on Chris Banbury expanded, please? Banbury's speaking skills have improved to such a degree that most comrades now see him as a useful recruiting tool, able to influence the masses by the sheer weight of his oratory. Knowing that his grasp of theory has been considered suspect by his comrades in the past, he has made strenuous efforts to improve it and written several pamphlets in an attempt to prove it. Some of the more intellectual members see Banbury as a future joint leader, whilst yet others favour him as the outright leader, originally adopted onto the Central Committee because of his undoubted skill as an organiser of grassroots activity. It is in this area that Banbury believes his talents are best developed, following the martial endeavours of Trotsky. Could you help us with what you meant when you said that Banbury wished to develop his talents following the martial endeavours of Trotsky?
He was a fan of Trotsky. He was a fan of how Trotsky functioned within the party at the time. And he, same way as people have people that they find are, what should I say, has influenced their life, then Banbury felt Trotsky was that individual.
Why, in particular, the martial endeavours?
Because Trotsky obviously was the leader of the Red Army.
But leading the Red Army doesn't translate very well into the SWP in the early 1990s.
But it might have been if Chris would have had his way. That's the difference.
Were you intending... Was there any connection here with street activity, or were you alluding to the day of the revolution?
I'm alluding to street activity. And, to be fair, to the day of the revolution, if it were ever to come.
Thank you. Can we take that down now, please? We'll come back to Mr. Banbury later. Can we have up, finally for today, sir, if you are content, 33012. It's tab C161. This is a report dated the 24th of September 1993. Reads, submitted herewith are copies of leaflets and circulars recently dispatched to branch secretaries of the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, which have been received from a secret and reliable source. They relate to the present revolutionary intentions being planned by that organisation. If we could go to page 2, please. And I'm interested in just the first couple of paragraphs. Dear comrade, imagine the firefighters, the teachers, the council workers, the civil servants, college lecturers, nurses, manual workers staging a winter of discontent. Imagine all the leaflets, posters, placards we would have to produce. Think of all the extra copies of Socialist Worker we would need. Try and guess the extra number of phone calls the centre would have to make. A public sector pay revolt would provide massive opportunities for the SWP to grow in numbers and influence, provided we have the money. That's why re-registration is so important. Am I right that the context for this leaflet was the SWP was struggling to get its members to re-register and make financial donations to the party?
The SWP was short on money. I'd suggest it probably needed more than just re-registration, but of course that's the beginning. And as I said before, without money you can't do anything.
Against that context, the sentiment, a public sector pay revolt, would provide massive opportunities for the SWP to grow in numbers and influence.
They're just painting the picture that if that were to happen, they wouldn't be capable, as it sits at present, to take advantage of that circumstance.
But if they had the funds,
then they would be able to.
And that is something they would
dearly wish to do. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm about to move on to a completely different topic. Is this a good time to stop?
It would indeed be. You have had a fairly long day today. I'm afraid you're going to have an even longer one tomorrow. But all being well, your evidence will finish on Friday.
Thank you very much, sir.
We'll resume at 10 tomorrow.